Hello, everyone. Welcome to Business English for Non-Native Speakers. You're right now in the first session, which is Introduction to Business English. My name is Kim. You can call me either Kimberly or Kim, and I'm gonna be your instructor throughout the course. So first and foremost, welcome everyone. I'm super excited that you are embarking on a very cool journey to gain a business English proficiency. I want to share a little bit of my personal background first because I think it will be a very good testimonial of how a non-native English speaker can, in the end, use business English to come to a global workforce and to become someone that I've never thought I would become. I've always been a non-native speaker. I grew up in Taiwan and I spent most of my childhood in Asia. Because of that, it's always something that I wouldn't be really imagining that would happen of me going to the US and then in the end work in the US. What is amazing is that throughout the years, because of my English skills, especially business English, I first started my job at Google Taiwan, and then I got transferred to the US to still work for Google, and then in the end, just continue staying here and then switch to different kinds of tech companies. My experience of my edge is not just my profession, but also my business English. That's why I'm still here and I'd like to share my experience that I've learned throughout my whole life working in tech to everyone here because I want to let you know that you're not alone. I've been there. I'm also a non-native speaker, but right now I'm doing great in the US and I know you can do great, not just in the US, maybe in Ireland, maybe in the UK, maybe in Australia, anywhere that requires business English skills, or maybe back home in Asia, but also somewhere that require business English skills. I know that you can do it. I've been there, so I want to teach you how to get from there to here. So yeah, everyone feel excited about this and let's get started.
In today's globalized world, English has truly become very universal. When you're handling client relationships, business English is very essential for your success. Let me walk you through some of the key reasons why business English is so important and why learning it well can bring you a lot of success. So the first reason is because business English is, of course, essential for effective communication. Imagine, for instance, it's the case of whether it's a startup expanding to another country, for instance, a European market, and the team needed to communicate with clients in the UK, in Germany, or for instance, in Netherlands. While most of the team members they speak in English, however, their English proficiency can be very different. And when it comes to formal business meetings, negotiating the contracts, and handling cross cultural communication, there might be some situation of some conflicts that happen because not knowing of each other's communication in English. This can create misunderstandings and delay in projects. Next, mastering English skills can open doors to new career opportunities. So take my story, for example, of me coming to the US, and then the reason why is because I have the business English skills in addition to my usual profession in marketing. Apart from that, there's also vice versa. A lot of tech companies, especially in the Silicon Valley, because the high labor cost in the US and in SF in San Francisco, a lot of them shift their workforce, especially engineering workforce or operations workforce, to some overseas areas like Asia or some Eastern European areas. And because of that, the ones that can have the same level or some level of business English proficiency, those experts in the local areas will find the job easier or be able to master into a professional position. So for those who are based in those places, they have a better chance and a new career opportunity if they have the business English skill set. In fact, according to Cambridge English study, professionals who are fluent in English can earn up to 30% more than those who are not. By being fluent in English, like I said in the beginning, it might not be your accent, it's the way you speak, the way you write, how you listen matters more in the way that English may not become an obstacle for you to show your profession. That's a very key factor in career progression. In real life, we might also be able to see some real cases, like a lot of CEO, for instance, one of the CEOs that I admire, Indra Nooyi, she's from India. Because of her profession, of course, working in consulting background, plus her business English proficiency, she's able to become the CEO of an American firm. For a more common example, if you watch shows, I'm not sure if you are old enough to have watched Suits, but in Suits, there are a lot of legal negotiations and presentations. If you are able to be in that kind of setting and to be eloquent and precise using perfect legal and business English to outmaneuver his opponents or your opponents, then you'll be able to build the ability to communicate persuasively and win the case. Apart from that, even in the Netflix show of one of my favorite Netflix shows, actually, Emily in Paris. I know some people hate it, some people like it, but I personally really like it because Emily is also a marketer. In that Netflix show, we see how Emily uses her communication skills in English, even though it sounds awkward to speak in English in Paris, but and also all of her colleagues speak English as well with her to collaborate with her, but you'll be able to see how she's able to navigate the business culture in French using the business English skill set. So to sum up, mastering business English is not just about language, it's about building confidence, unlocking your career opportunities, and standing out in a competitive global business environment and show the maximum of your profession with the business English. It can lead to more efficient communication, higher earning potential, and also a stronger professional image that make you stand out in the world. Awesome. Now let's go to the fun part. Do you notice any differences between business English and general English? Do you notice that in business English here, for instance, in the meetings part, when it comes to business English, we'll talk about schedule a meeting to discuss the project deliverables, for instance, and in general English, let's meet up and talk about it. The business English seems to be more formal and structured compared to general English, emphasized on communication skills, such as writing professional emails, conducting meetings, giving presentations in a very professional setting. Whereas in general English, we'll give you 10% off if you decide by Friday. For instance, when it comes to negotiations, it sounds a little bit more casual. So you can tell, even if you know general English well, sometimes you need a little bit more practice when it comes to business setting so that you can sound more professional and also behave more professionally. By mastering business English, you can open up a world of opportunities for non-native speakers in the business world. You can hone your skills in business English and also be able to communicate with your colleagues, clients, partners, ultimately leading to increased success in your professional endeavors. Awesome. Now let's go to the fun part. Do you notice any differences between business English and general English? Do you notice that in business English here, for instance, in the meetings part, when it comes to business English, we'll talk about schedule a meeting to discuss the project deliverables, for instance, and in general English, let's meet up and talk about it. The business English seems to be more formal and structured compared to general English, emphasized on communication skills, such as writing professional emails, conducting meetings, giving presentations in a very professional setting. Whereas in general English, we'll give you 10% off if you decide by Friday. For instance, when it comes to negotiations, it sounds a little bit more casual. So you can tell, even if you know general English well, sometimes you need a little bit more practice when it comes to business setting so that you can sound more professional and also behave more professionally. By mastering business English, you can open up a world of opportunities for non-native speakers in the business world. You can hone your skills in business English and also be able to communicate with your colleagues, clients, partners, ultimately leading to increased success in your professional endeavors. Hi everyone, welcome back. Here I listed out some of the common challenges in business English that people usually would encounter, from listening, speaking, reading, to writing. As you can see from the listening part, a lot of people, they might, because of the fast paced, not able to understand. And if that person even has an accent, then it's even harder to understand when you are the listener. That's the first thing. When it comes to speaking, based on my personal experience, happens a lot in people from Asian countries. They think that their accent is not good enough, and because they don't know a lot of vocabularies, that's why they're hesitant to speak. However, in any scenarios, there can be accent. For instance, if you're Australian, your English accent can be very different from British people. So for Americans, Irish people's English may be a little bit hard to understand as well. So I don't really think accent is that much of an issue. So as long as you are willing to speak and also not afraid, this is the very first step that I think a lot of people should first feel comfortable with. And then the third thing is the reading part. For reading, this can be, I think, less difficult in my own opinion, because right now with a lot of AI tools, you can tell the AI tools to help summarize some reports, some emails for you, even to understand the tones. However, there are a lot of situations when AI is not ready. It's a little bit too rushed, or you're in a call, in a meeting, and you need to read it really fast so that you can talk or present. In that case, you still need to understand how you're able to comprehend some kind of business documents or reports. Last but not least, when it comes to writing, it's very important, especially to summarize and also to provide an organized way for executives to review, or even for cross-functional teams to review. In that case, how to write a good email to cross-functional team, to a manager, to your team can be very, very different format. Other than that, also for business reports, for a presentation, how you can draft out very concise but also insightful to others kind of business report can be very valuable to learn in business setting. All of the challenges that I mentioned just now are the challenges that I heard other colleagues or myself personally experience before. So that's why I tailor-made this course to make sure that a lot of the common issues can be addressed in 4 different pillars, from listening, speaking, reading, and writing. I hope that I can provide you a comprehensive environment to share with you how you can improve in listening, for instance, to be able to understand business and conversations, meetings with confidence, in speaking to be able to present effectively so that other people can understand you and also feeling that you're professional, reading to be able to very easily comprehend emails, reports, presentation, etc. And also writing to be able to summarize an email really fast, to be able to draft an email, to be able to provide business reports or even proposals. I'm very excited to share all these with you throughout the class, and I hope that you'll learn something and be able to apply to your workplace really soon. This course is supposed to be applicable, as in you can directly apply to your business settings. And by saying so, I mean it. I really mean it by giving you a lot of case studies and also provide you some templates that you are able to apply. So stay tuned and welcome to the next lesson where we're gonna start talking about listening. Let's go! Hi everyone! Welcome back to Listening in Business, our first module. Just want to make myself a little bit bigger so that you can see me in the first module as a big face, big pie face. So in this module, we're going to go through several parts of our listening practice. To name but a few here, as you can see, the first thing we're going to do is to learn to understand different accents. There's American accent, of course, British accent, Australian accent, South African accent, Irish accent, so many different kinds of accents. There's no right or wrong. All you need to learn is how you're able to listen and understand and respect different accents from different countries, and also to respect and like your own accent. It can be cute sometimes, and it can also be professional. The second thing we're learning is to listen for key information. Oftentimes, 20-80 rule, right? 20% of the key information is actually already 80% of what you want to hear or what is key. So the thing might be the action items, the deliverables, or the timing, the location. We're going to provide you a template that you're able to use to be understanding what the key information is for you to take notes, so that during any listening scenarios, you'll be able to use that template to, in the end, summarize what is happening in a call or in a one-on-one conversation. The third thing is active listening techniques. So this is something exactly apart from passive listening. You can clarify to ask follow-up questions, etc. That can be a kind of active listening to be able to confirm what you just heard if it's correct. So this is a very important technique, especially if you want to ask for second confirmation from your client or your cross-functional stakeholders or your manager. I use this technique a lot, especially when I'm doing market research, and I'm also going to show you some real-life case studies of why market research is so important in the real-world scenario situation. In the end, there's always optional homework, but only optional, just so you know, and if you want to practice more. So now, let's get started. Before we jump into the accent part, I have a quick question for you. Why do you think listening skills matter in business? You can leave your own thoughts in a notebook, and then you can first pause this video, and when you finish your note, you can play the video again. The reason why I think listening matters in business is because it gives you a time to understand what people are thinking. For instance, when your manager is talking to you, you understand the action items you need to take. You understand where he or she or they are coming from. You understand their emotions. You understand how to be empathetic. And also you understand the business situation. So I think listening skills is not just the hard skill of understanding the wording, but also understanding the context or emotion of that person or the seriousness of the situation. So that's why it's very important, because without the tone or without the wording being heard, it will be not very effective in terms of understanding the situation. The reason why I'd like to bring this up is when you advance in your career, oftentimes people will talk about things or address something in a way that is more polite when it comes to feedback or when it comes to like different kinds of backgrounds. So in that case, I feel that if you can be more sensitive in understanding the words or the sentences behind the meaning, I think it would be really helpful for you to respond to that feedback. That being said, let's bring this listening topic to a more broader level. When it comes to thinking about a business meeting or con call or client conversation that you recently had, think about what made listening difficult for you. You can drop some notes again and you can pause the video. When you're ready, you can replay. I know some people mentioned accents, some people might mention the speed may be too fast, the person that's speaking, or maybe the information just overload because just keep speaking, talking without ending. These all might be some difficulty that you encountered before in listening, especially in a business setting. So let's deep dive into each one by one and see how we're able to solve these issues. First thing that I'd like to talk about is the accent part. Okay, when it comes to accent session, it's great just to listen to some examples. These 3 videos are from 3 different male CEOs that are famous in tech. They are from, I believe, the US, India, and also the UK originally. And I'd like to invite you to listen to the clips of each and to be able to make some summary when you're taking notes. And we can come back later to share how you feel about each.
In the middle of all this, you signed a 22-word statement warning about the dangers of AI. It reads, mitigating the risk of extinction from AI should be a global priority alongside other societal scale risks such as pandemics and nuclear war. Connect the dots for us here. How do we get from a cool chatbot to the end of humanity?
Well, we're planning not to.
That's the hope.
But
there's also the fear.
I think there's many ways it could go wrong, but we work with powerful technology that can be used in dangerous ways very frequently in the world. And I think we've developed over the decades good safety system practices in many categories. It's not perfect, and this won't be perfect either. Things will go wrong. But I think we'll be able to mitigate some of the worst scenarios you could imagine. Bioterror is like a common example. Cybersecurity is another. There are many more we could talk about. But as this technology, the main thing that I feel is important about this technology is that we are on an exponential curve and a relatively steep one. And human intuition for exponential curves is really bad in general. It clearly was not that important in our evolutionary history. And so I think we have to, given that we all have that weakness, I think we have to really push ourselves to say, okay, GPT-4, not a risk like you're talking about there, but how sure are we that GPT-9 won't be? And if it might be, even if there's a small percentage chance of it being really bad, that deserves great care.
And if there is that small percentage chance, why keep doing this at all? Why not stop?
A bunch of reasons. I think I think that the upsides here are tremendous. The opportunity for everyone on Earth to have a better quality education than basically anyone can get today. That seems really important, and that'd be a bad thing to stop. Medical care and what's I think going to happen there and making that available truly globally. That's going to be transformative. The scientific progress we're going to see. I'm a big believer that real sustainable improvements in quality of life come from scientific and technological progress, and I think we're gonna have a lot more of that. So there are all the obvious benefits, and I think it'd be good to end poverty. Maybe you think we should stop a technology that can do that. I personally don't, but we got to manage through the risk to get there. I also think at this point, given how much people see the economic benefits and potential, no company could stop it. But global regulation, which I only think should be on these powerful existential risk level systems. Global regulation is hard, and you don't want to overdo it for sure. But I think global regulation can help make it safe, which is a better answer than stopping it. I also don't think stopping it would work.
Let's talk.
Okay, we just heard a very exciting and heated Q&A between Sam Altman and Emily Chang. That was really, really insightful. And I'm wondering how much have you taken notes in terms of what they're talking about. Regardless, you'll be able to hear that Sam Altman has very, very clear American accent, which can be very different from the later video that we're gonna watch.
The images that Gemini initially generated of Asian Nazis and Black founding fathers, you said that was unacceptable. If you look at any pictures of the founding fathers, you're seeing old white men. People are calling this woke AI, and it's not just happening here, it's happening across the industry. How did the model generate something that it never saw?
We are a company which serves products to users around the world. And there are generic questions. For example, people come and say, show me images of school teachers or doctors or nurses. We have people asking this query from Indonesia or the US. Right? How do you get it right for our global user base? Obviously, the mistake was that we over-applied, including cases where it should have never applied. So that was the bug, and so we got it wrong.
Would you say it's like good intentions gone awry?
In this particular case, yes, right. I think we are rightfully held to a high bar, and I think we clearly take responsibility for it, and we're going to get it right.
How concerned are you about AI-generated content?
I would pause here for a little bit. This time, this video, the reporter is the same. She is Emily Chang. And the CEO is different. This time, he's Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google or Alphabet at this moment. So in this scenario, they're talking about the same thing regarding of AI. So it's about the AI race. However, you can hear the accent of Sundar is very Indian. I would say his English is really good, and you can not tell the Indian accent. I think it's like Indian and American accent. However, you can still notice the difference between him and also Sam Altman. And now we're going to another video, which is a very, very interesting CEO and his own conversation. And this is very cool, so I'm gonna watch the full video with everyone.
You decide, well, I need to start an airline. Where did that idea come from?
It came from, I was trying to get from Puerto Rico to the Virgin Islands. I was 28 years old, and I had a lovely lady waiting for me. And
you went to the Virgin Islands because you like the name Virgin, I assume, right?
Exactly. and that, actually, that's true. And anyway, American Airlines bumped us, and I'd been away from this lady for 3 weeks, so I went to the back of the airport. I hired a plane. I hoped my credit card wouldn't bounce. I got a blackboard. I wrote Virgin Airlines one way, $39 to BVI. I went to all the other people who were bumped, and I filled up my first plane. And when we landed in the BVI, the passenger next to me said, sharpen up the service a bit, and you could be in the airline business. And I thought, okay. So the next day I rang up Boeing and said, do you have any second-hand 747s for sale? We started with one second-hand 747 against British Airways 300 planes and Pan Am and TWA's 300 planes. And British Airways launched a dirty tricks campaign against us, and they did everything they could to drive us out of business. And we took them to court. We won the biggest damages in British history. It was Christmas time. We distributed it to all our staff. Equally, and so I think every year they hope the British Airways will launch a dirty tricks campaign against us.
So people like the fact that you were against the establishment airline, and well, one time I read that what's now called the Eye, I guess it's the big Ferris wheel in London, the British Air was supporting it, and they couldn't get it assembled, they couldn't actually get the thing to work, and you rented was it a blimp?
We actually had a little blimp company just outside London, and we scrambled the blimp and we flew over the eye that was still lying flat on the ground, and all the world's press were there to watch this eye being erected, and all we said was, BA can't get it up on the side of the airship.
So how did the newspapers were able to see that?
We got the headlines, they didn't.
Okay. So it turned out pretty well, and then you began building other companies. Did you always think that the name Virgin and your creativity could get them off the ground?
Well, again, the only reason we would go into a new sector is if we felt it was being badly run by other people. So the reason we went into trains was the government were running trains. British Rail was dilapidated trains, a miserable service, and we just felt, we could go in, we could get fantastic new rail stock, we could motivate the staff, and we could make a big difference. And so we took over, the busiest line in Britain, the West Coast Main Line, and we've gone from 8 million passengers to nearly 40 million passengers, and I think transformed the experience for people. In every new sector that we've gone into, we've seen, a gaping gap in the market where the big guys have not been doing it very well, and where we can come in and shake up an industry.
So how many companies have you started with the name Virgin? Is it a few hundred by now?
It's in excess of 300.
How do you feel about that video? Any notes that you took? This video, the interviewee was a very famous English entrepreneur called Richard Branson. He founded Virgin Atlantic. If you have ever taken the airline Virgin Atlantic, that's his. So the funniest founding story of what he just told, aside from that, you can tell that he has a very, I would say very prominent English accent. So these three CEOs, founders, whatever you call them, they all are from different countries originally, and they, in the end, can build great businesses. So what this tells you is that it doesn't really matter where or what kind of accent you have, where you're from, as long as you know how you can speak professionally. You can get there. You can be there one day if you want. Maybe the next time the person that is up here that I'm talking about is going to be you. That might be possible. And all you can do is, by listening to these different accents and to understand and also be empathetic of the different accents that you hear, and gradually you'll be able to understand just little by little by listening to a particular accent. For instance, if you work in the US, of course, if you have time, just listen to more accents that are from America. Listen to the podcast, listen to the TV show, listen to MLB, NBA commentators talking about your favorite hobbies, interests, stuff like that. If you're in Britain, on the other hand, then yeah, vice versa, do the same thing but in a British way. If you're in India, do it in an Indian way. So yeah, anything that you can think of to get yourself used to the environment that you need is the most important thing when it comes to understanding different accents. Have an open mindset, but also be fully prepared of what's the most used in the current environment that you're in. Hi everyone, welcome back. Today we're going to be focusing on listening for key information. Let's be honest, no one has the brain power to remember every single word in meetings. Meetings are the most common formats for listening in business context. And guess what? You don't really have to remember every single word. That's why the 80-20 rules are very important. It means 80% of conversation can be background noise like filler, let me think about it, things like that, or unnecessary details, or even small talk. In that case, the other 20%, for instance, like deliverables, next steps, deadline, can be very important. Those are the things that actually matter, and those are the key information that we really need to have to move things forward. So maybe you'll be thinking, oh, you said it so easily. Listening for key information sounds easier said than done, right? So I've actually got a little something to help you out. It's a simple meeting note template. Think of it as your personal treasure map to the gold nuggets in conversations. It's designed to guide you to some important parts of the discussion, like action items, deliverables, deadlines, no fluff allowed. So when you have that template, you'll be able to be as a note taker, or when it comes to facilitating the meeting, you'll be able to really listen to what it's important in the call. That's actually a very important step for you to train your listening. Be a note taker. So that's why in the next few slides, I'm going to have this practice with you by using that meeting note template. So this is the template. This template helps you zero in on the crucial bits. What needs to get done, who's doing it, by when. The goal here is to walk away with clarity, not confusion. And you may download this down below with the download button. At the top, you've got the basics. For instance, the attendees, the objective of the meeting date. This is your foundation that you actually can already do before the meeting. It's like setting up the board for a game. You need the key players and context before the start. After that, you dive straight into the real meat. For instance, the objective of the meeting, the agenda, discussion, action items, and some appendix if you need. This section ensures you're focusing on what actually needs to happen after the meeting and to be able to provide a very concise point of view to share with other people after the meeting. So now let's click the download button, and we're going to use this meeting template and to do some exercise. So this is the first practice we're going to have. Use the meeting template that you just downloaded and pretend you're the note taker for this weekly student success meeting call. And try to come up with the notes and summary, and I'll do mine as well on the side.
Hello, everyone. Thank you guys for coming to our weekly student success meeting. And let's just get started. So I have our list of chronically absent students here, and I've been noticing a troubling trend. A lot of students are skipping on Fridays. Does anyone have any idea what's going on?
I've heard some of my mentees talking about how it's really hard to get out of bed on Fridays. It might be good if we did something like a pancake breakfast to encourage them to come.
I think that's a great idea. Let's try that next week.
It might also be because a lot of students have been getting sick now that it's getting colder outside. I've had a number of students come by my office with symptoms like sniffling and coughing. We should put up posters with tips for not getting sick since it's almost flu season, like, wash your hands after the bathroom, stuff like that.
I think that's a good idea, and it'll be a good reminder for the teachers as well. So one other thing I wanted to talk about, there's a student I've noticed here, John Smith. He's missed 7 days already, and it's only November. Does anyone have an idea what's going on with him?
I might be able to fill in the gaps there. I talked to John today, and he's really stressed out. He's been dealing with helping his parents take care of his younger siblings during the day. It might actually be a good idea if he spoke to the guidance counselor a little bit.
I can talk to John today if you want to send him to my office after you meet with him. It's a lot to deal with for a middle schooler.
Great, thanks. And I can help out with the family's childcare needs. I'll look for some free or low-cost resources in the community to share with John, and he can share them with his family.
Great, well, some really good ideas here today. Thanks for coming, and if no one has anything else, I think we can wrap up. Hello, everyone. Thank you guys for coming to our weekly student success meeting. And let's just get started. So I have our list of chronically absent students here, and I've been noticing a troubling trend. A lot of students are skipping on Fridays. Does anyone have any idea what's going on?
I've heard some of my mentees talking about how it's really hard to get out of bed on Fridays. It might be good if we did something like a pancake breakfast to encourage them to come.
I think that's a great idea. Let's try that next week.
It might also be because a lot of students have been getting sick now that it's getting colder outside. I've had a number of students come by my office with symptoms like sniffling and coughing. We should put up posters with tips for not getting sick since it's almost flu season, like, wash your hands after the bathroom, stuff like that.
I think that's a good idea, and it'll be a good reminder for the teachers as well. So one other thing I wanted to talk about, there's a student I've noticed here, John Smith. He's missed 7 days already, and it's only November. Does anyone have an idea what's going on with him?
I might be able to fill in the gaps there. I talked to John today, and he's really stressed out. He's been dealing with helping his parents take care of his younger siblings during the day. It might actually be a good idea if he spoke to the guidance counselor a little bit.
I can talk to John today if you want to send him to my office after you meet with him. It's a lot to deal with for a middle schooler.
Great, thanks. And I can help out with the family's childcare needs. I'll look for some free or low-cost resources in the community to share with John, and he can share them with his family.
Great, well, some really good ideas here today. Thanks for coming, and if no one has anything else, I think we can wrap up.
So you can tell right now the conversation has been over. So what I'm gonna do is basically this is what I just heard from the call. The discussion, there are two problems from the weekly success meeting for students. First one is a lot of students skipping on Friday, and there are two reasons that might happen based on two different people. I don't know the attendee's name because it's not shown up here, but I just use A, B, C, D, E as an example. But it sounds like there are two people talking about two different solutions that have been accepted. So in the action items, we will be sharing the action items that these four people in the end will be doing. So number one, it's some person will be preparing for Pancake Friday, and then another person will work on the poster of tips of not getting sick. And then these are two girls. There are two guys over there saying that, okay, pertaining to the next problem of John Smith, the student who's already absent for 7 days, try to talk to him or try to share some childcare information. So these action items will all be clearly mentioned here, and also sharing the discussion in terms of the problems, and then the reason, rationale, and then the action item as well here. A little bit here, but mostly putting in the action items here. For the agenda of this call, it then could be very simple in terms of maybe in the beginning, the manager will share what the agenda is and you can put it here, or you can just kind of like discuss and then concisely put what's in the discussion part into the agenda. Objective meeting is also very clear as well. For TLDR summary, when it comes to all these discussion, maybe put 1 or 2 sentences here for people to understand. Apart from that, the appendix part might be including, for instance, like if there's video recording, if there's any relevant document that maybe, for instance, the poster can be put it here, and then if there's any next meeting agenda or calendar invite. So I'm gonna spend a little more time of drafting this team meeting note, and then I'll give you a reference below later for you to view. Try to do this yourself and then compare of the reference I shared, and then you can put it in your notebook of what you think you've learned. Okay, I'll see you in the next one, which is a little bit more difficult, but I think it's more practical because there will be more action items in a call. It will be longer than 1 minute. So I'll see you there.
Quartz Power Group is an energy company based in the UK. Marcus, the managing director, wants to discuss the company's sales figures. He is meeting Maya, the finance director, David, the sales and marketing director, and Anna, the customer services director.
Now, you all know why I've called this meeting. Sales figures for our region are down, and we need to address this as soon as we can.
Okay, I want to pause here a little bit. The commentator here mentioned the roles and responsibilities of each person here. I just want to make sure before going to a meeting, you know those people, who they are, instead of needing to understand in that call. So when it comes to the meeting template that you saw, usually the attendee should be predetermined before the call, and you will be able to know their R&R, roles and responsibilities. But yeah, good to write down the all the people's names right now. Okay.
So I'd like to start by asking Maya to talk us through the figures. Okay, Maya?
Fine.
And then we can take a look at the products we're offering and compare them with the competition. So, Maya, over to you.
Thanks, Marcus. Well, I've prepared some handouts to show you how the figures are looking. If we look at sales year to date, so in order to meet budget this year, we will, in my opinion, have to start some cost-saving measures.
What do you mean by that? Redundancies?
That's one possibility.
I can't agree with you there. We need a strong workforce.
Okay, thanks, Maya. Look, cost cutting is something that we need to think about, but we also need to stop the downturn in sales and regain market share. So can I bring you in here, David? Any comments?
Well, it's hard to know what the problem is. Our products are competitive.
So they're not getting better offers from the competition?
I don't think so. How about I talk you through our offers at the moment? I've prepared some handouts.
Yes, go ahead. It'll be good to look at the details. Okay, thanks, David. That was all useful information. So, Anna, can we turn to you now? Do you have any ideas why this downturn is happening?
Well, it's true we are seeing a decrease in custom in our region. There's also been an increase in customers cancelling new contracts within 14 days.
But do you know why? Do the customers say why they don't like our offers? I personally feel that this is vital information. I mean,
if I can finish what I was saying, I'd like to suggest we review our customer account procedures from first contact to after sales care. I mean, perhaps it would be a good idea to start with that and see if the sales figures improve.
Thanks, Anna. What do you two think of that?
Can I make another suggestion? I think we need to see the whole picture from the customer's point of view. A customer survey, perhaps?
That would be a big project. It would need a project team, which means taking staff from other departments.
Actually, I was thinking about hiring an external researcher. Get a neutral view on our position in the market and customers' views on us.
Oh, I like that idea. I think it could be very useful information.
Which department pays for it, though?
We can talk about that in a minute. Do you agree in principle, though, that we need to understand the cause of the problem?
Yes, I suppose so.
Good. David, could you look for a market research company we could work with on this?
Sure.
Great. Well, let's move on then, shall we?
Alright folks, now that you've had your ears wide open and those pens scribbling on your meeting note template, here comes the fun part. Grab your notes and I want you to compare mine with yours. Do you spot any differences? Maybe I captured something you missed or vice versa? Take a minute to jot down your aha moments after you compare your notes and my notes. Think about what you've learned or realized in this session. Also, practice makes perfect. When it comes to meeting notes or listening key information, you'll improve when you keep doing it. So don't worry about it if you haven't grasped fully now. Bye. Hi everyone. Welcome to the active listening technique section. I personally think this session is very helpful because especially my job, I need to do market research, which means that I need to go to some clients, no matter it's seller side or no matter it's just normal user side, to understand about a certain problem that my company wants to solve. In that case, because it's like a one-on-one conversation or maybe one-to-many conversation, I need to sometimes do these kinds of techniques such as repeat back just so that I can confirm what the speaker said is correct, or do paraphrasing or ask for clarification. So these ways are a good way for us to just be engaged in the listening conversation and to understand if the statement is correct and then to further emphasize a point. In that way, we are no longer just listening, but also speaking out to confirm. So it's kind of active versus passive. And here are some of the techniques that I'm sharing with you. Repeating back, I'm just gonna talk about these one by one very quickly, and then later there's a conversation that I prepared as a role play for everyone to practice reusing this technique. So repeating back is just, for instance, here it says, so you're saying that we need to meet the deadline next week, just to confirm what the speaker has said, or to do paraphrasing. So basically a speaker said a statement and then you just restate it in your own words. In that case, you are further confirming, similar to repeating back, but just using your different wording. These are all asking for confirmation from the speaker. And then reflective listening is
It sounds like you're feeling frustrated about the project delay. It sounds like, it seems like, things like that. You can reflect back the emotions expressed by the speaker and to confirm, okay, if let's say this product is the pain point for the user, how painful is it? You can say, it sounds like you're feeling very frustrated about this product feature. If you can rate it from 0 to 5 at a scale, 0 being the least frustrated, 5 being very frustrated, how would you rate them? So this can be a way for you to reflect the emotions to a scaling point, and then you can further confirm what the speaker is saying. The next one is asking for clarification. Sometimes there's a terminology, or sometimes you just want to deep dive a little bit more context of what this interviewee is asking, then you can ask this. For instance, here it says, could you clarify what you meant by resource allocation? Or you can say, could you clarify what you meant by achieving your OKR? What do you mean by your OKR? Things like that. You can ask for clarification on certain terms you don't really understand, or certain terms that you think can be important for you to deep dive. Other than that, there can be open-ended questions. For instance, what are your thoughts on the proposed changes? Things like that, to deep dive a little bit more of the complex question. And then the next one is summarizing key points. For instance, to summarize, we agreed on the marketing strategy at the timeline. Here you can say, to summarize, what we were just talking about is A, B, C, D, E. This way you can recap the main ideas and then to make sure everyone's on the same page. Next, validate feelings. I can see why that situation would be challenging for you. So basically, when it comes to a speaker having some emotions or feelings, you just want to be empathetic. So you need to sometimes say things like, oh, I know this is hard for you because this feature is so hard to use. I know you're frustrated. Things like that, so that he or she or they can talk a little bit even more. And then avoiding interruptions. So this is just like or not, or maintain eye contact. This is fairly simple. And then other tools such as using silence, just to wait silently after the speaker finishes, so that they can allow the conversation to continue instead of continuously cutting them off with different questions. Or noting nonverbal signals. For instance, if this question, you can tell from the body language of that speaker, he or she or they are not really willing to talk about it, or feeling embarrassed, anxious, or even very excited. You look at their body language and determine if this is an okay question to continue deep diving. And then clarifying assumptions. This is just another way, very similar to before. So just to confirm and clarify if there are any assumptions. So for instance, it says when you mention for instance, Q3, end of Q3, do you mean by this year or do you mean by next year? Stuff like that. For you just to ask clarifying questions. And then feedback loop is just to confirm if the interpretation of speaker is correct. So when you're making summary like before, you can say, oh, so just to summarize, we agreed on the marketing strategy and the timeline, and we agree on B, we agree on C, we agree on D. Just want to make sure, did I capture the main points correctly? Is there anyone that wants to modify, change, or add any action items? Things like that. That can be like a feedback loop to make sure all the interpretation is correct and everyone's aligned. Cool. So after knowing all these techniques, what I would invite you to do is to be a user researcher, and then to find some friend or someone you know to be the user to be researched. I give you a scenario because I know a lot of people here, they love traveling. So I give you a scenario of you being a user researcher, and you are the one that acts like the user researcher assigned by the Japan National Tourism Org to understand foreigners' point of view of their travel experience in Japan. So please feel free to spend like 5 to 10 minutes doing this role play with your friend or with your partner. And later I have a video of me role playing with Walter. So yeah, take a look and then practice a little bit. And I use a lot of techniques that I was just talking about. For instance, like open-ended questions, summarizing key points, validating feelings. All these, I think I used most of the techniques. Take a look at the video and let me know what you have learned through the role play. Bye. Okay. Hi everyone, we're going to do a role play practice right now. Exciting! This is Walter. He's gonna be the user to be researched, and he happens to be from the US and also traveled to Japan recently.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be the user researcher, and I'm gonna represent the Japan National Tourism Org to understand his point of view of his travel experience in Japan. Okay, so we're gonna do a little bit of conversation using the active listening tool that we're just teaching. Let's get started. So hi Walter.
Hi.
Hi. Can you briefly introduce yourself a little bit?
Yeah, my name is Walter. I'm originally from Atlanta, Georgia, which is in the southeast United States. I've lived in the South most of my whole life. I now reside in California, in San Francisco, working in the tech industry. I also have family in Japan. My dad was born in Tokyo and raised in Japan, and I visit them occasionally every few years.
So you said you visited them occasionally every few years. When was the last time you visited them?
The last time I visited them was actually last week. I was there for 2 weeks. And then the time before that was 5 years before that.
5 years before that.
Yeah.
How was your experience last time we visited a few weeks ago?
It was in October. I usually visit in the springtime, but because it's rather hot in much of the calendar year in Japan, we were advised to travel a little later in the year. My family lives in a place called Nagoya, which is kind of southwest Japan, near the Toyota headquarters.
Toyota? Wow.
And they've resided there for pretty much their whole lives. My aunt lives there as well as her children, and then their children as well. So it's kind of one half of my entire family that resides in that area.
And how was your experience then, like this time?
My experience was very positive. My dad is still there, and I visited. We rendezvoused in Tokyo, and then we did a little bit of traveling in some new cities, including Hiroshima and Okayama.
You said you visited with your dad and then to Hiroshima and what is the
Okayama.
Hiroshima and Okayama. Why do you visit these?
My dad actually isn't too fond of large cities, so he prefers visiting smaller cities that he's less familiar with or never been to. These were 2 cities that I think he was recommended to see by his sister, so we took trains to there and did some sightseeing there.
And you said it's very positive because it's less of a hustle because there are not that many people. Because that's what you said your dad's preference is, right?
Right, yeah.
Is that the reason why it's positive?
It was positive for him for different reasons than it was for me. And I just haven't been to Japan in so long, whereas he goes and visits every year. I also haven't seen my family in quite some time. And everything I got to see and do was virtually new. So
virtually new.
So they were very different cities than what I went to 5 years ago. And overall, there was a very hospitable experience and just always seeing new things.
So hospitality and also seeing new things are the things that you like about Japan.
Right.
Oh, okay. Then what about something that, because I'm from the National Tourism Org, right? I also want to know what I can improve. Like, what are the things you think I can improve on? Like Japan can improve on?
In terms of attracting tourists, sometimes it's a little hard to know where to go. Fundamentally, it's a small country, but it's also very, in some ways, crowded. Every city has its own flow. So getting through Japanese infrastructure, for example, like high-speed rail stations or subway stations, or even just being on the street and navigating the right way to a hotel or to a restaurant can be difficult because the streets are very narrow and very small, and there's many of them. Additionally, English is an international language, and there are some places that may not have English always available.
Language barrier.
Right. And many people don't speak English in Japan. There really is only one fundamental language in Japan, and that's Japanese. So sometimes it's a little difficult to navigate, I would say, due to the language barrier.
Got it. So you said the main pain points are, first, not knowing where to go. You can get lost. Second is it can be a little bit crowded, too many people.
Right.
The third is language barrier.
Right.
Anything else? Or the rest are just perfect?
I would actually say that the times when tourists enjoy visiting the most, which is likely between April and June, can also be the hottest. So for those people who aren't necessarily used to heat when they travel, it might be quite a shock to them. It was still warm and sometimes up to 80 or 90 degrees Fahrenheit even in early October. So I would advise for tourists who may be heat sensitive to just be aware and plan accordingly.
Got it. Okay, sounds good. But when you were there, it was October. How was the heat? Was it okay?
The heat was tolerable. I would say in Fahrenheit it was anywhere between 70 and 90 degrees usually. And humid. It could be more humid or less humid depending on what city one resides in. Where I was in Nagoya and Hiroshima, it was relatively humid, as well as Tokyo. In places like Okayama, it was less humid.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for sharing these.
No problem.
I think we already mentioned about Japan, right? But it's always good to have some competitive analysis.
Right.
So I can understand more about you and
Right.
also from other countries. In that point, I want to ask, what is your favorite place to travel in the world? Do you have like a favorite country that you have visited so far?
Yeah, I recently spent a work assignment in Ireland for 3 months and I really enjoyed it. If you haven't been there, the people are very hospitable. It's a very easygoing place. It's very close to mainland Europe, including the UK as well, so it's easy to hop the water. And the flights and travel are relatively cheap. Ireland is a place that most of it is dominated by farmland or hills. So if you're outdoorsy, there's a lot of great scenes to see. It is an island, so there's plenty of coastline also, and camping on the beach is very popular. So overall, it was a really great place, just with the hospitality, the natural scenery, and the cost of living as well.
Got it. You said about the good things about Ireland, and also you talked about before the language barrier in Japan was an issue.
Right.
In Ireland, that's not, right?
Right, for English speakers, obviously all Irish speak English. However, they also have their own native language, which is Irish or a subset of Gaelic. And so one will see many street signs and other text outside that is often in both English and Irish.
And you also talk about coastline and camping. It sounds like you like more nature stuff, right?
Yeah, I really enjoy being able to be independent and go my own way and kind of carve my own path. Exploration when traveling is a really important thing of mine. And Ireland has a good combination of both small and large cities. And it really never feels too cramped or hard to navigate in that kind of country.
Got it. So maybe because I'm from the Japan tourism org, right? So if, let's say, I can introduce you some of places that are full of nature in Japan, maybe that can be a good choice for you.
Right, yeah, I'd be interested in seeing those.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much, Walter.
No problem. Thank you. Thanks for
Thank
having
you.
me.
Hi, how's everyone? Welcome back. How do you feel about the role playing? Personally, I enjoy this a lot and think this will be a very useful way to learn to grasp the technique of active listening. Other than that, I just want to share a YouTube video later as well. You can take a look at the link. A YouTube video of Steve Jobs talking about how important it is market research can be. So go take a look. That's just an optional thing, but it's an interesting piece of video that I like to share. After this, let's go to the real world scenarios. It's going to be really short and sweet, and we're almost in the end of listening. Hi everyone. For this real world scenarios, I'm just gonna share the YouTube link below. The reason why I put this is because I want to share with you all if you are right now in a business meeting in an English environment, this is 100% what it's like because this is a real world scenario from GitHub. I'm not sure why they're doing this, but they basically upload their meetings on YouTube for everyone to see some of their meetings, and this is just one of them. And I find it really interesting that they're doing this. And second is it can be a lot of the comments are saying that it's really great to pretend that you're working when you watch this video and you're at home. So yeah, I just want to share this resource with everyone. And I hope you enjoy listening, practice, and also all these resources.
Hi everyone, welcome to Module 2, Speaking in Business. This might be one of the most difficult modules for a lot of people, especially as non-native speakers. So that's why I kind of want to share my own personal journey with you up front of how I overcome language barriers in business when it comes to speaking. Like many of you, I used to be afraid of speaking up, worried that my grammar might be wrong or my pronunciation wouldn't really sound native. These fears can feel very overwhelming. However, my perspectives shifted when I was in Europe. I was in a very diverse environment with a lot of students coming from all over the world, and most of them are non-native English speakers. However, it ended up that most of the people in my class found a job in London after we graduated. It made me realize that the world is much bigger than what I thought. English in business doesn't have to be perfect. As long as you can communicate effectively, that's what really matters. What's important is being understood. If your message is clear, small mistakes don't matter. People value your professional expertise and ideas far more than the way you say them. So after that, I removed my fear of my grammar being sometimes incorrect, my pronunciation being sometimes over tuning into certain accent type. And later, when I started working in the US and other English-speaking countries, I realized something else. Business meetings often follow a template. There are common phrases and expressions used over and over again. So I don't really need to learn very, very good English to conduct a meeting very well. So I can actually learn all those templates in a very short period of time. For example, phrases like, what's the objective of the call? Let's circle back to that. Moving forward, I'd like to add to that. These kinds of terms make navigating business conversations very much easier. I started to learn these essential phrases and patterns after working, and the best part is once you've got a handle of them, you feel much confident in meetings because it's always pretty much the same. It's kind of like a cheat sheet for business English, and that's what I want to teach everyone. So here's the agenda for our lesson today. We're gonna go through the essential meeting expression, fundamental meeting facilitation skills, expressing suggestions and feedback, daily office communication, and the optional homework. All of these are gonna be super helpful and applicable to your daily work life when it comes to business English. The biggest lesson is business is global and so is English. It's okay to have not perfect grammar. It's okay to have accent. As long as you are able to facilitate your meetings well enough in English, and don't be afraid of those mistakes. Focus on communicating clearly and confidently. You'll realize that business communication is more about building connections, expressing ideas, not about being perfect. So just want to set that up, and welcome to our upcoming lesson.
Before talking about essential meeting expressions, let's first watch this video.
Allow me to play devil's advocate here, but allow me to be a dick for a second, but with no consequences.
Let's pull back on that for a second. I fell asleep while you were talking and I have no idea what's happening. Huh?
I've got a stupid question. It's actually like a really smart question, but I was wondering if I say stupid beforehand, does that make me like kind of modest? Is that like sort of charming thing to do, right?
Let's pick that up in the next meeting. I need a few days to figure out what the hell you're talking about.
But will this scale? One of the managing directors once used that phrase in a meeting, so now I use it all the time.
Sorry, this is just a work email I have to answer. I'm actually playing words with friends with everyone else in this meeting but you. Do you know a four-letter word for long-winded?
There is an outside chance you might be right. You're wrong. You're definitely wrong.
I think what you're trying to say is, so what I'm gonna do is take that idea and then make it sound like it was mine.
Let's try to make this viral, okay? I just heard about this site called reddit.com. Can we get on there?
I think we should make this a cross-platform opportunity. I watch Shark Tank.
Let's take this offline. Yeah, can we pick this up again, just maybe 15 minutes after never again?
Well, that's one idea. It's actually the one idea that sucks the most, so thank you.
This might be off topic. This is off topic, and it's gonna be a while.
All right, great meeting. So just please send me all your ideas before EOD. This meeting could have just been an email, but I'm very lonely.
So that was a funny video, but basically exemplifies how some of the terms you used in meetings are just basic jargons that wouldn't be used elsewhere. However, it can be really useful during meetings. And now I'm going to share with you, as a meeting host, what are some of the main jargons or terms that you can use. I'm going to template it for you. So here comes the essential meeting expressions as a meeting host. You can see that the terms that I put here is based on the order of a meeting. In the beginning of the meeting, as a meeting host, you of course need to greet everyone. So it's very easy term, just welcome everyone. Thank you for being here today. I think all these terms, if you can memorize it in your own way, that would be awesome, because they are basically always the same and ongoing. So, welcome everyone. Thank you for being here today. The objective of today's meeting is to discuss X, Y, Z. So, these two lines are very, very common to use. You can memorize it. And after talking about the end of the objective and make sure everyone is aligned, we'll just then go to let's review the agenda for today's meeting. Agenda bullet point A, B, C. Let me know if anyone is not aligned. If no one speaks up, or if someone wants to add, then yeah, add the agenda as an open topic in the last in the last agenda bullet points. And then after that, if anyone wants to, and after that, of course, if there's just want to double check, then you can say, can everyone hear me clearly? But usually this won't happen. Usually it would happen in the beginning of asking if the audio is functioning properly. And after you review the agenda, you'll kick things off on the first item of the agenda. And after the first agenda, you'll talk about the second, and then as a facilitator, meeting host, now moving on to the next topic, project updates. And then afterwards, the third topic, the fourth topic. When there are questions, when you need to pause and see if there are any questions before moving on to the next topic, you can always ask, does anyone have any questions so far? Is everyone aligned? Okay, let's move on to the next topic, things like that. And if at some point you want to encourage some participants to speak up or to talk about some of the items that they are responsible for, then you can, as a facilitator, ask them if they can get you a quick update or if they can prepare or share some of their thoughts on the strategy, etc. And afterwards, when it comes to the end, you always need to summarize what have been discussed in this call and if there are any action items. So yeah, let's summarize our key points before we move on in each topic, and afterwards, the deliverables and action items. So here you can see after summarizing each topic, the end, people would say, what are the action items we need to take? The action items are A, B, C, and then always thanking people, participants. Oh, thank you for participating. Thank you for your contributions. Your insights are valuable. Let's wrap up with final thoughts and then appreciation of their time, and if needed, to schedule a follow-up call or to share additional comments via email after the meeting as the next steps. So you can see these are just basic meeting expressions that you need to remember. Very useful. So here is an example as a meeting host using some of the terms that we were just talking about.
Is the managing director of Quartz Power Group, an energy company. Every month, the departmental managers meet to discuss high-level issues in the company. Marcus is leading this month's meeting.
Okay, well, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being here on time. We've got a lot to do today, so let's get started. Once you go, apart from John in facilities, where we have apologies from him. Has everyone got a copy of the agenda? Can I draw your attention to item 4, where it says presentation of online survey results? The presentation is going to be given by Miss Patricia Reyes, who is a representative of the research company we contracted to carry out the work. Now, Miss Reyes will arrive at 11:30, so I plan to break at about 11:15 to give her time to set up. It may also mean that we need to interrupt the first few agenda items, but we'll come back to those. And lastly, I'd like to leave a little bit of time under any other business to discuss whatever might come out of the presentation. Okay, so item 1 is relocation and plans for flexible working. Now, as you know, Paul and his team have been working on plans to extend flexible working hours across the company. So, Paul, perhaps I can begin by asking you to fill us in on your progress.
Sure, thanks, Marcus. Well, as Marcus said...
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Paul. On behalf of everyone, I'd like to say thank you to you and to your team for all the hard work that you've put in so far on this project. I really appreciate it. Before we move on to item 2, are there any comments anyone would like to make on item 1? No? Maya, I'm aware that flexible working hours has a particular impact on some of your team. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, from my point of view, what Paul is proposing sounds fine. I am a bit concerned about working with a system of core hours and then flexible hours, but I think we all need time to read through Paul's proposal in more detail before discussing it any further.
Okay, well, that sounds reasonable. And what do other people think? And do you agree with Maya that we need to look through the proposal in more detail first? Yes? Okay, right, well, I'm sure we can return to it at next month's meeting. Okay, good. Are we all okay to move on to the next point? Right, so the up-and-coming board meeting. Now, we don't need to spend too much time on this, but there are 1 or 2 issues which we need to be aware of. Lydia, can you warn me if we go beyond 10 minutes on this one? So those 2 people will be replacing the 2 members of the board who are leaving us. And that's everything, I think, on item 2. So right, moving on to item 3 and the cost breakdown for the relocation. Now, Maya, thank you very much for emailing the current figures to all of us. I hope that we've all had time to look at them, to read them through. Maya, is there anything that you want to add before I open this up for questions?
Not really. Nothing's changed since it was sent out, as far as I know.
Are there any questions arising from Maya's report? Matt, you look as if you might have a question.
Yes, I suppose I do. Well, it's more of a comment, really. The fact is, IT will have the highest costs attached to this relocation in terms of moving equipment, and I'll also need to bring quite a few contract people to help. But the figures in here don't seem to be the same as the estimates I gave you. It's all going to require a lot of overtime in my department.
Well, I have allocated some of the costs to the budgets of other departments. That seemed the fairest way to do it. Otherwise, as you say, IT is responsible for a large part of the relocation costs.
So do you mean any IT costs related to, say, marketing will be covered by the marketing budget?
Yes, in a way. Look, this might help clarify it. You see, I've broken the IT department up into segments.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can we continue this discussion after lunch? The lady from the research company is waiting to join us and to present her results. But before we take a break, I just want to summarize where we are so far. Now, my understanding is that Maya has tried to allocate the relocation costs across departments as far as is possible, but that Matt feels that IT is still taking too many costs. Is that right?
That's about right.
Good. Okay, let's take a break now, and can we all be back here promptly at 11:30 to continue where we left off? Lydia, could you bring Miss Reyes up, please?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so I just paused the video. You can tell this video is really long. Every meeting, when you are a meeting host, it can be this long. It's like 30, an hour and a half. This happens. However, if you listen carefully of what the meeting host, which is who you are going to be, the main expressions are mainly fairly similar to what we just taught. So as long as you can remember all the structures and all the expressions, memorizing them, you should be good to go. Apart from being a meeting host, you can sometimes also be a meeting participant. Here are some of the essential meeting expressions that you can also prepare for yourself. This is also worth memorizing because most of the time it's always about these things. For instance, acknowledging the meeting host, confirming agreement, or asking for more details. So these terms, especially for instance, could you clarify that point? I have a question regarding. These are all very, very good expressions that you can learn. You can pause this video at the moment and then take some notes. Other than that, here are some other meeting expressions that you can learn. For instance, I like to hear from others as well as on this topic, or I think it's important to emphasize the need of user feedback. What's the action items from this discussion when there's no clear action item? I appreciate the insights shared when there, for instance, there's a very good market sharing, insight sharing. I'm concerned about, I'm not sure I agree with that. So for instance, in the previous video, one of the guys was saying that he's concerned about the engineering cost. So this is a very common term. Last but not least, there are also some other terms as a meeting participant. For instance, like asking for clarification, how does this impact our ABC? From my point of view, from my perspective, what are the next steps? For instance, if there's no clear next step from the facilitator, there's no summary, then you can ask that. Or if you just want to say good things, saying that thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts, have a great day, look forward to the follow-up. These are all very common expressions as well. Here's also another video using business English speaking, but as participants.
Good morning. Paul is the Human Resources Manager at Quartz Power Group. He has called a meeting with some of his colleagues to discuss a new training program.
Right, shall we get started? Well, we're here to talk about a new training program for the call centre. David, I asked you to come because you were involved in the market research we did, so I thought you could give us a short summary of the findings. And Anna, obviously, it's your customer service teams who will be affected by this.
Yes, exactly.
So we thought you might have some ideas on the best way to approach the training program. And Maria will be developing and running the training. Okay, David, could you run us through the main points from the research?
Sure. We worked with a market research agency over a period of a few weeks to gather information about our customers and what they thought of us. And the results were, well, mixed.
Sorry, can I just check? Why was this research done? Had there been complaints or...?
Some complaints, yes, but also we are losing customers in the region and we wanted to know why.
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand. Was the research about getting customer points of view or about customer profiles?
It was to get customer feedback on the company and its services.
Right, I see.
So the results showed a few areas where customers were not happy. One of the most common, how shall I put it, issues was with the call center.
I see. Can you be more specific?
Well, basically, it seems that customers feel they are not getting good service and they are leaving us for another supplier.
Right. So are you saying customers are leaving us because of the service from the staff, or could there be other reasons too? I mean, could it be that we haven't got very good systems in place for our staff?
Yeah, could be. Anna?
Look, I have no problem with giving the staff a refresher course, but starting completely from scratch seems like a waste of time and money. They will receive training when they start anyway.
Yes, that's a good point, Anna. And we don't know yet if we will have to start from scratch. It may be that we haven't done enough to monitor their activity, and that a simple refresher course will be enough. Or it may be that we have to look at customer contact from start to finish and try to implement some new protocols. Maria?
Yes, that's right. I'm sure there's a way of dealing with this sensitively. Anna, I realize it's not easy for you to suggest more training for your staff. So I wondered if we could start with a review of the current training approach and look at what we need to do to address the problems brought up in the survey.
Yes, we could do that.
But I would need to look at the full report first, of course. Anna, I understand your point about possibly wasting time and money, so perhaps you and I could look at the report together?
Yes, okay.
Then we'll be able to decide what needs addressing and how. If it's more training, or even a complete systems overhaul.
Good idea. I brought in copies of the report. Perhaps we could start with the highlights first.
Cool. We just finished watching that conversation. You can tell that the conversation was a little bit intense. However, in the end became a lot calmer because the person that was trying to ask Anna, the girl was trying to ask Anna, she said that, oh, I knew where you're coming from. So it's also very important, besides knowing all those meeting expressions, to also be empathetic and then to stand in the shoes of other people. Now that we've discussed some common meeting expressions, you might be wondering, how can I actually start using these in real meetings? I know it can be a little bit intimidating at first, but you can quickly build confidence by doing something. One of the best ways to get comfortable with these expressions, firstly, is just to record yourself. It can be as simple as picking up your phone and then just trying to record yourself, or maybe just to use the computer. Try to be a meeting facilitator or meeting participant that way by using the terms such as let's circle back on that, moving forward, using all those expressions. Just do a role play on your own. It will work.
Another great way to get these expressions to feel more natural is just to talk to someone. If you have someone to talk to, you can practice with your colleague, with your friend, set up a mock meeting or just like a mock conversation to use phrases that we were just talking about. Another great way to get comfortable with these expressions is just by watching others use them, just like finding the videos of business meetings, examples of what I just found for people here. And when you watch, take notes. You can go back and repeat watching, taking notes of how these professionals use these phrases in real time. It can help you understand more about the context and the tone needed. So my challenge for you today is pick 1 or 2 of these meeting expressions and start practicing this week. Record yourself, practice with a friend, or use these phrases in casual conversation, or maybe just watch another business related video and start taking notes. The more you use them, the more fluent you'll become in the language of business meetings. Hi everyone, welcome back. So after we know the common meeting expressions as a meeting facilitator and also as a meeting participant, right now we're going through some of the fundamental meeting tips that will make your meeting more effective, productive, and engaging in an English speaking setting. So I provided 5 tips here in 5 different aspects. Let's first talk about the communication part. For the communication part, there's active listening, clear speaking, concise delivery. For active listening, we addressed this a little bit in our listening module, which is about when someone shares an idea, you can repeat their key points to confirm your understanding before responding. For instance, you might say something like, so what you're suggesting is A, B, C, D, or can I conclude what you're saying is A, B, C, D, to ensure that the speaker feels heard and also you're addressing their point accurately. That's a very good tip that people can use in meeting skills. And the second is to have a clear speaking. So when it comes to clear speaking, if you're explaining a very complex idea, you can break it down into simple, logical steps. People love bullet points in meetings. People love data in meetings. See if you can use some of these or examples in meeting. See if you can use some of these to make sure that your speaking can be clear and also logical. So for example, you can say, in order to address this issue, first we need to analyze the data, then we can identify trends before making any decisions. So it will be a lot clearer if you put in these like data source, bullet points into it. However, you need to avoid jargon unless the entire group is familiar. For instance, SOP, POC, or OKR, things like that. If your team does not understand what you're talking about, just don't use it. Or you at least explain what that jargon is during that meeting. The third one is concise delivery. So for concise delivery, it's like when you are giving an update, focus on only the key points because there's so many people in the meeting and not everyone needs to know the detail. Sometimes if it's really detailed, you might as well just have like a one-on-one or another meeting offline with specific stakeholder. So when it comes to a group meeting, just focus on the very key points. For instance, you can say, last week we completed X. Next week we'll focus on Y. We're on track to meet the deadline. So if you tend to go off the tangent, jot down your main points beforehand to help you stay concise on the topic. And only if people ask more details, then maybe you can in your comment section or during you being asked in the meeting, you can explain more. And if you explain a little bit too much, you'll know because the meeting participant or the meeting facilitator would tell you that, oh, maybe this can be going offline. Maybe this topic can be go offline, or maybe this topic can be discussed offline. They will remind you that they're on track of their time. The next one is agenda setting. A clear agenda ensures the meetings has directions and everyone knows what to expect. And if everyone is aligned,
the time can be well spent on these agendas. The key elements for agenda setting here, I put 3. First, clear objectives. Second, aligned topics. Third, time allocation. When you're a meeting facilitator, you need to make sure that you can share your agenda beforehand as a pre-read for people to understand if the objective is aligned, meaning that if the goal of the meeting is decide on, for instance, a new marketing strategy, or for instance, just a stand-up meeting, by the end of the meeting, what kind of things we need to achieve. For instance, the objective of this meeting is by the end of this meeting, we need to agree on the top 3 strategies to pursue. So having a clear objective can set your agenda very clearly. Cool. Great. Second is aligned topics here. So aligned topics, for example, if your meeting is about product development, make sure to stay within the topic. Avoid sidetracking or digressing into unrelated matters like budgeting, HR, or focus on the very detail on certain things. You can, when people tend to digress or people tend to focus on something that's not important, you can say, let's focus on the feature X for now, or we can discuss this later as the main topic today is ABC. Make sure that all the meeting participants agreed the topics that were aligned to talk about in the meeting and to stay on track of talking about the topics to ensure your objective can be hit after or during the meeting. Last but not least, when it comes to agenda setting, time allocation is also very important. For example, 1 hour meeting, if you have 3 agenda items, when you're setting up agenda, sending pre-read, you can allocate the time needed for each topic and you can put it in the pre-read to make sure everyone is aligned. For instance, you can say, okay, the background we're talking about for just 5 minutes, Q&A 10 minutes, but the rest of the topic will be using the majority of the time, things like that. Assign also, as a tip, a timekeeper to ensure that the group adheres to allotted time for each item so that we don't go over time. Talking about time, the next one is exactly the time management. 3 tips: prioritize, track time, be flexible. So as mentioned before, it's better to have someone to help track time for you, or you can self-track yourself when you're facilitate the meeting, but make sure that the time is tracked and not really go over time in specific topics. Because of that, you need to prioritize. If you're short on time, you focus on the critical agenda items. So for example, you can say, let's make sure we finalize the budget today. We can push the branding discussion to tomorrow if needed, for instance, if you're running out of time. And also make sure to be flexible, because often in some meetings, people can be brainstorming a little bit too much or discuss a little bit too much in certain very important topic, and that's okay. You need to make sure that the prioritized topic can be well discussed and you have the flexibility to for instance, have a follow-up meeting to discuss some unfinished item. That's also fine, as long as you have the meat being talked about and also your main objective being hit. Then that's fine. Be flexible. And then when it comes to engagement, make sure that you can ask questions. If the discussion is a little bit like silence, you can ask questions to generate more input. Use open-ended questions like, oh, how do you think about this topic? A, Kimberly, or how do you think about that? What alternative solutions can we explore here? The time is yours. You can feel free to share some of your thoughts. You can ask those questions, avoid yes or no, because that tend to limit the discussion. Use open-ended questions such as how or what to stimulate the thought. And then the second is to encourage input. So if someone, specific person, hasn't really spoken up, invite them to contribute. This is totally optional because sometimes people may think this
being seen as called out. You're calling people out. So it's only encouraged when it's a safe space and you believe that that person really has some input that you think they would want to contribute. So if someone hasn't spoken up and you think it's a safe space, you can invite them to contribute. For instance, you can say, we'd love to hear everyone's thoughts here. Let's see who hasn't spoken up yet. Maria, do you have any suggestions from your point of view? Something like that. Sometimes you need to look and then see if someone actually wants to say something, and then just use an encouraging way to ask for input, but totally optional. You need to ask in an encouraging way so that the other person that being called out also feel comfortable and also happy to answer or to provide input. Another important thing is you need to balance the voice. If someone is dominating a conversation, some meeting participant is just really, really talkative and keep talking ABC, every conversation, every input is that person, you can step in and diplomatically saying that, okay, thank you for your input. Let's also hear from others to get some other perspectives. You can use this round robin methods where each participant has a chance to speak. This ensures everyone's voice is included and your meeting is not balanced to certain cross-functional stakeholder. Okay, then let's go to the next, summary and next steps, the last one. So for summary and next steps, always remember to provide recap, clarify actions, and provide meeting minutes. When it comes to recap, it's just a very quick summary of what has been addressed today and what are the action items. So examples can be, thank you for joining this call today and taking your time. We had a great brainstorming session together and we have come up with several action items, A, B, C. I will provide all the meeting summaries and also action items later in my meeting minutes and send to you. So feel free to let me know if you have any questions. You can say things like that and really provide the meeting minutes following the meeting template that I gave to everyone in the listening module. And use that, provide summary and next steps will make everyone accountable on the next steps. You can even add, meaning like tag the person that's accountable or responsible for certain next steps to make sure that everyone is aligned who will do what. This is very important in meeting and to make sure that you're a very good meeting facilitator, to have summary and next steps. So if I can rank these 5 tips of the most important to the least important, probably I would rank first the agenda setting as the top, but the second would then be the summary and next steps. Agenda setting is just to set the goal, make sure everyone's aligned. Next steps is to make sure, summary and next steps is just to make sure everyone have very clear understanding of what to do next, and we have a written format of proof. So these 2 are so important, and then the rest are also very important, but I just want to highlight that summary and next steps, very, very important. So yeah, these are the fundamental meeting facilitation skills. I think after you know these tips, you can go back, pause here, and then try to record yourself again. After recording, feel free to write some notes to share your thoughts of the differences that you noticed before learning these facilitation skills versus after. And you can also leave some of your feedback or comments by writing to me if you want. And we will see you in the next lesson. Hi everyone, welcome back to Speaking in Business. Today we're going to talk about expressing suggestions and feedback. Very tricky lesson. When it comes to expressing suggestions and feedback, all I can think of is probably my one-on-one conversation with my manager during annual performance review or mid-year performance review. It's always very daunting to have those conversations in the beginning of my career. However, over time, I know that the suggestions and feedback can be like a gift. It can help us improve and also make sure we're on track of where we want to be. So oftentimes right now, I not only reactively having feedback, but also proactively seeking for feedback from people to make sure that I am on the right track. So this can be a very important lesson for everyone to learn. especially for non-native speakers, to be open to feedback and also understand how to provide or receive feedback or suggestions. So let's just get started. Like I mentioned, expressing feedback or suggestion can be critical for team collaboration and also for personal growth. There are 3 points. The first is it, of course, encourages collaboration. When team members feel comfortable offering suggestions, not a one-on-one setting, but just like offering suggestions, you will notice that the team member can feel more engaged and invested in the project and feel like their psychological safety zone is bigger. Psychological safety is very critical for team management. It means that your team member can be transparent to you to share some ideas that might be able to help improve certain process or team collaborative environment. So this is actually very important if you can encourage collaboration by offering people to provide you suggestions and also feedback. And oftentimes there's a little tip is to make sure to invite some of the member that can be a little bit quieter by asking them, oh, what are your thoughts on this? This can encourage people to contribute. And this echoes back to the speaking tip that I was talking about just now, just to encourage people to speak up so that they won't feel left alone, only if they want to. Secondly, expressing suggestions or feedback can of course drive continuously improvement. You can always treat feedback as a gift. For example, when it comes to constructive feedback, you want those feedback to happen not during the performance review, but before the performance review, so that you can at least know what kind of direction you can improve. For instance, when it comes to constructive feedback you want to give to someone, you can say, I think your presentation is great, but you might want to add a little bit more visuals or clarity. Always come up with first something good that they have, and then come up with a constructive feedback that you want to provide for them to improve. This helps the team or that person know what kind of good things or good things they have, of course, and then some of the improvement instead of a criticism to share of like a very actionable plan for them to know what one area that they can enhance. Another good thing about expressing suggestions and feedback is just to prevent miscommunication. Oftentimes, regular feedback sessions can ensure everyone understands their responsibilities. For instance, you can have a quick confirmation like, just to confirm, you're handling the client meeting prep. This helps prevent confusion later on. You can always, in the way of suggestions and feedback, to provide it in the form of question. Oh, just to confirm, oh, just a heads up, you'll be doing this, right? Always recap the expectations after a feedback session to make sure everyone is on the same page of what they can improve next. Here I want to share a video of how the professional thinking feedback being a gift. Before we move on to how we can provide feedback, I want to share another video of the CEOs like Warren Buffett thinking feedback being a gift, and just want to make sure that we can set the stage first of providing suggestions and feedback being a good thing.
Hey, Jim Schlexer here from the Inc. CEO Project. I want to talk about feedback. Look, we've all received feedback in our lives. I've received it. Feedback I didn't want to hear. That I wasn't doing a good job or I wasn't showing up the right way. And it's hard not to get defensive when we hear feedback because it feels like an attack. But I want you to change your view on that, because when somebody chooses to give you feedback, it's because they like you. If they didn't like you, they'd ignore it and not tell you that you weren't doing something properly. At the end of the day, feedback is a gift. It's a gift that only people that like you are going to give you. This is one of the things that Warren Buffett, the great investor, says, that he only works with people to give him direct feedback, because getting honest, direct feedback is so rare that you need to value it when you get it. So the next time you get some feedback, especially feedback you really didn't want to hear, just say to yourself a mantra: feedback is a gift. Feedback is a gift. If you treat it that way, you're going to hear it better, and you're going to get better and better and better.
Okay, I want to pause a little bit of that video because I want to share the intention of me showing that video to you. The reason, because I want to share how Warren Buffett treats feedback very positively. I think that's a good thing.
However, my hot take for feedback is not unlike what he said, feedback is always good. It's always for people who like you. My personal experiences at work and also a lot of other people is feedback can be categorized into two kinds. One is constructive feedback, which is good for you. Like he said, it can be direct, transparent, and it's very insightful for you to know how you can improve. The other kind of feedback, which I call bad feedback, is the kind of feedback that's not constructive without really examples or proofs, but just pure personal attacks. That also happens a lot, especially in workplaces that are very toxic or cutthroat. So you need to distinguish these two to understand what kind of feedback you are receiving. If it's a real positive and constructive feedback, or if it's just feedback out of nowhere. So always when there's feedback, ask for examples. If the examples are solid and you're aligned with, then that is considered a good constructive feedback. If not, then I think those feedback, you need to have your own judgment to see if that's like the right way for you to improve, or if it's just based out of that person's own personal interest. If that's the case, and if that feedback hurts you in some ways, then you need to figure out a way to be validating that feedback, no matter if it's like having that person to provide you with examples or seeking HR's help on this. I think it's very important for you to protect yourself in the workplace, especially having the bad feedback situation. We'll talk a little bit more if we have more sessions on this. I have like my whole experiences of meeting these two kinds of feedback. This is very common. But today, let's focus on speaking, which means like it's you who providing the feedback or suggestions. So I want to make sure your feedback and suggestions are solid, constructed, and coming from good intention. So let's start from the good feedback and suggestions part here. Awesome. So here we'll explore some specific phrases and examples for giving feedback. The first is appreciation. You can say, I appreciate your effort on this project, and then start saying the details of why I appreciate it. When it comes to observation, you can say, I noticed that your presentation was clear and well structured. However, XYZ. You can always see that the sentence comes first from the good part, and then the second would be the suggestions or feedback part. And then the third can be constructive criticism. One thing to consider is A, B, C. This can actually be combined with appreciation. For instance, you can say, I appreciate your effort in providing the weekly report in time. However, one thing to consider is you may add a little bit more data points into your statement so that it can be more solid. Things like that. You can combine these two together. Next, let's look at how we can positively reinforce and provide suggestions or ask for clarification. So positive reinforcement, you can say things like, your recent work has shown remarkable progress, and then talk about the details. Again, this mostly are for manager to their direct reports, so it can sound a little bit more hierarchical. And then you can also say, for instance, have you considered ABC? ? This will make your suggestions for improvement sound a little bit more optional and a little bit more open-minded because it's a question mark. It's not like you have to do this, it's a question mark. So have you considered in doing this? And then the third is request for clarification. So this can be used in meetings directly instead of providing suggestions and feedback, but you can, of course, first ask this to make sure you really understand before giving feedback. So you can say, can you elaborate more on this point, please? Because I'm a little bit not sure what you mean by that. So yeah, this can be used both in the meetings and also in feedback. So finally, let's talk about providing encouragement and following up on feedback. The term that I provided is also mostly for a manager to the report. So it can be encouragement, for instance, like, I believe you have the skills to draw the data and then provide more analytical insights. You can do it.
I believe you have the skills to put up with some data and analyze it and provide next time. Don't hesitate to reach out. I'm confident you'll do great. This kind of encouragement, or if it's more peer-to-peer level, then encouragement can be more simple, such as, you did great, such as, I think you did really well in that presentation just now. I'm proud of you. Or, I really understand your examples. The metaphor that you gave was really vivid. Thank you. Things like that. Encouragement can boost confidence and motivate team members to rise to the challenge. And the last one is follow up. Follow up can simply just say, I want to follow up in what you were just saying regarding of A, B, C. Can you tell me a little bit more? Maybe we have a one-on-one conversation of what that really means, or I'm interested in knowing more. Can we just set up a call? If you are a manager and talking to your report, you can say, for instance, things like, let's revisit this during our next meeting to see how we can do A, B, C improvement. Follow-up reinforces the importance of continuously improvement and shows that you value that person's contribution and you want to know more about their thought leadership. So this can also be very important as a way to build relationship. Now I'm also going to share how I'm going to provide feedback in scenario 2. So let's get started. I would call this colleague Mary because just like an example, and just to use this camera as an example of how I'm going to talk to Mary. Hey Mary, I went through your report. Great job. The content is very solid and I can tell you've done through a lot of research. I especially liked how you laid out the challenges. That part is really nice, and also your proposed solutions. Those are very, very helpful. Because we're doing this together and I just want to provide some input to make sure that this report is even stronger in the structure. Here are some of the comments that I already made and I just want to address to you. The first one is the introduction and wrap up. I feel like a brief intro at the start to outline what's happening would set the tone quite nice. So I actually put a little bit of introduction, brief intro here in the comment section just to see what you think. And the second thing that I was thinking of is to add the section headings and flow. Breaking the report into clearer sections, for instance, like challenges and solutions with headings would make it easier to follow. So I add some of the transitions and also heading in these sections to guide the reader. And let me know if it looks good to you. Awesome. And then the third is, I feel like some of the paragraphs are a little bit long. So breaking them up into smaller chunks might help with people reading and just keep the flow going. So I made some suggestions here. Let me know if that looks good to you. Overall, I think the content is great. Just a few tweaks to the layout, and I think it already shines and the manager will be really happy about it. Let me know if you want to chat more about this, but this is my overall thoughts and suggestions. Thank you. So yes, here's how I will talk to my colleague if I'm working together with her and providing her some feedback and suggestions. I will set the tone of us just trying to collaborate together to make sure the report is getting even better and having more cross-functional teams very impressed with her work. In that case, I then list out a few points with examples addressing how these suggestions might make the report even better. In this way, it can be very welcoming and make sure that people can really listen to you. Always remember to compliment that person in the beginning and also in the end to make the person feels like this feedback is an encouragement of improvement instead of a complaint. I know it can be really hard in the beginning to talk about your suggestions or your feedback, especially to your peer level and also to your manager level. However, with more practice, I know you can understand how to say in those terms and also know the structure. You'll be able to gradually get to the hang of it. You're doing great. Just practice more and everything will be okay. I'll see you in the next section. So now, after talking about meetings, after talking about suggestions and feedback, which usually happen in one-on-one setting, let's now go to the daily office communication. Daily office communication, because right now we are in this sometimes hybrid, sometimes always on site, sometimes work from home situation. So scenario wise, it can be face to face or on call. Content wise, it can be ranging from small talk to difficult conversations. So we're gonna go through the small talk and difficult conversations part. And then as for the scenarios of face to face on call, I would say these pretty much are very similar. It's just that the percentage of small talk and difficult conversations can vary a little bit. In face-to-face conversation, it oftentimes is about, for instance, when you're going to micro kitchen or when you're going to pantry, if there's one in your office, then you will meet your colleagues there and you'll have to have that conversation of, hey, how's it going? How's your day? Good. How about you? Oh, what did you do last weekend? Oh, cool. That's so awesome. Things like that. Those are small talks. So you would have those small talk conversation a lot when it comes to face, especially if there's a situation of your colleague bring their dogs into the office, if it's allowed, then you need to pet the dog and you need to say good things about the dog. Oh, so cute. Things like that. So this happens a lot. But when it's on call, you'll notice that the small talk timing would decrease so much, and then we will jump to the topic straight in for very, very short period of time of small talk and then long period of time of just meeting agenda. And it's really towards like efficiency. However, both of them, there's no right or wrong. Face-to-face, it enhances the collaboration and also personal engagement. On call, people just get things done. So it really depends on how your office and the dynamics and also the culture. But today we're going to talk about the small talks. Let's start from the small talk. For small talk, I'm not showing my face here because I'm blocking the example phrases, but there are different situations of the small talks. The starting of the small talk, how was your weekend? Did you catch the game last night? The weather's been great, hasn't it? I feel like these three are the most common example phrases that you can use. You can initiate it. So how was your weekend? So common. Did you catch the game last night? If you are a sports fan, or the weather's been great, hasn't it? The weather is always a great topic to talk about. It's always very, very general, very subtle. You won't really tap into the detail of their personal life unless they talk about it. So these kinds of open-ended questions, just did you catch the game last night? It was just only when that you know that person is into games. But the rest is more subtle and also more general. Makes you feel like it's very light and not really work related, but also people can follow through. And when it comes to responding, you can just say something. Depends on your level of privacy. Normally, for instance, in the US, people don't really, as far as my own experiences working here for a long time, depends on people. Some people overshare, but most people don't share that much. They would oftentimes, when you ask, how was your weekend? And then people in the Bay Area, most of the times, they only do several things. First thing is hiking, second thing is bouldering, third thing is maybe painting or pottery. So for instance here, the example is, oh, I went hiking this weekend. How about you? And then people might ask, oh, where did you go hiking? Things like that. So the conversation would just be responded in a very light manner. Or for instance, they might say, oh, I went to this great restaurant that's near the Mission Street. It's a very creepy area. However, that restaurant is so good. It has the best Mexican food ever. Things like that. And then, that conversation would just get started in a very, very light way. And if you want to deep dive more, and you can look at the tone and also the expression of that person. If that person is in a hurry, then you can just say, oh, okay, I'll check it out. But if that person is very interested and goes towards you and want to talk more, of course you can deep dive. And you can always keep the conversation going by asking more about these light questions, or just want to ask them to tell them a little bit more if they come forward and they want to talk more. And if, let's say, not really, you're in a hurry as well, you can just politely tell them that, oh, you need to get back to work. So you can just say, oh, that's great. However, I need to run. I have a meeting in 5 minutes. I want to talk more about it later. I'll set up a coffee chat with you. See you. Something like that. Yeah, there's also example phrases here. Just want to show my face again and just share some of my experience with you. So I would say this small talk situation varies a lot. Like I said before, from among different companies, they have very different culture. When I was working at Google, we always have so many coffee chats because we all go to the barista and then we go together with different colleagues, different cross-functional teams, and just have like a very general coffee chat. There are so many small talks. At least when I was working there were so many small talks, and then we would just talk very casually on certain things. And maybe in 30 minutes, in the first 10 minutes, it's all small talk. At least that's for me when I was working there in marketing, and it was fun. And some of the companies that I worked for, on the other hand, they would really focus on just doing work, not talking about anything, just do work. So the small talk can be just 1 or 2 minutes. And it's usually happening online. And if it's even in the pantry or in micro kitchen, people don't talk about work because usually your counterpart is not in the same office as you. This happens a lot as well if you work in a satellite office. Yeah, so these situations can vary a lot in small talks, but the main point is small talk is very light. It's like something that I would say no consequence, no commitment of small talk. It's very light, and you can oftentimes prepare the answer to these questions because they all ask general things like whether what you did in the weekend, or for instance some of the news that you saw. So if you're that kind of person that needs to prepare for everything, then make sure that before you go to the office, just prepare some of the answers. If people are not asking you, just say it yourself because that's what people would ask you when they see you anyway. You can just initiate the small talk instead of waiting. You can just say, hey, I went to that hike last weekend. How about you? So in that case, you become the initiator. People will think of you being very extroverted. This might be a good thing. So yeah, it's another way of thinking instead of being told or being asked, just to initiate the small talk, starting a small talk with them. Other than small talks, I also want to show you some of the scenarios that will happen in the office, not on the call. So in the office, there might be some other like normal office greetings, not even small talk. It was just, good morning, how's everything going? Or, hi, I just wanted to check in about the meeting later. These kinds of office greetings also very common. Or you can also, when it comes to making polite requests, you can also say, could you assist me with this report? I'm having trouble finalizing the last section. Or if it's not too much trouble, could you send me the updated numbers by 3 p.m.? These polite requests is also something that people would usually talk about if you're just beside that person sitting together. Other than that, when it comes to handling requests, in some situation that you see in movies or Netflix shows, there might be someone who's a rookie and then your manager or your all coworkers were just trying to take advantage of you and handling a lot of requests to you. However, when it comes to that, how are you able to handle that in a conversation? You can accept it, you can decline it, and how you can say it is, for instance, you can say, I'll take care of this for you. You should have it by end of day if you accept it. If you decline it, you can say, I'm afraid I cannot get this done by today. I already have other projects. I can prioritize it first thing tomorrow, or I can ask my manager how I'm able to prioritize this. So this is very important when it comes to declining. Oftentimes, some managers have you do work that already exceeds your workload. The thing you can do is just to make sure you list out all the deliverables that you need to accomplish by the deadline, and then tell your manager to rank that priority list with you so that you would be able to deprioritize some of the requests that have been given to other people. Apart from that, when it comes to asking for clarification, this also happens not just in meetings, but in office communication. You can ask for clarification. So could you clarify that? This is so useful to use this term. Could you clarify? Could you repeat? I want to make sure I got it right. Or you can express your opinions. For instance, in my opinion, from my point of view, things like that. Or a question mark. Would you consider, how about we do this? So you can share these opinions politely in the office. People would think that you're having your own thoughts, and people would appreciate that. Apart from that, you can also wrap up conversation by saying, thanks so much for your help today. Let's touch base again. I really appreciate you taking the time to go over this with me. So this can be meeting conversation in the office, but also when it comes to you sitting together with your cross-functional counterpart. You just want to share with them your gratitude. By the end of the day, that's also very good. People will think of you as a very kind person. So what we addressed just now, small talks or daily office conversations, those are comparatively very easy because it involves just very lightweight conversation that doesn't really bring you to the point of spurring emotions from other people. However, when it comes to handling difficult conversations, that's the other segment that I was talking about, right? That is going to be a little bit difficult. So in order to make sure you're able to also talk about difficult conversation, a little bit related to suggestions, providing feedback, or even providing news that can be very influential to other people. For instance, what I'm going to show you later, it's about the layoff news or firing news. In that case, to know how to handle those difficult conversations from a receiver point of view to a giver point of view, this can be very vital. Especially it shows your emotional intelligence in the workplace. So let's just watch this video together and get an idea of what I mean.
To do today is watch and listen. When I talk about a strategy packet, you hand them one of those.
Sounds great.
So although I wish I were here with better news, the fact is that you and I are sitting here today because this will be your last week of employment at this company.
Why me? What am I supposed to do now? Am I supposed to feel better that I'm not the only one losing my job?
This is ridiculous. I have been a fine employee for over 10 years, and this is the way you treat me.
How you sleep at night, man? Huh? How's your family? They sleeping well at night? Electricity still on? Heat still on? Refrigerator full of food? Gas tank full of gas? Going Chuck E. Cheese this weekend or something? Not me. No, my kids, we're not going to do anything.
What do you suggest I tell them?
Perhaps you're underestimating the positive effect that your career transition can have on your children.
The positive effect. Make about 90 grand a year now. Unemployment is what, $250 a week? Is that one of your positive effects? Well, we'll get to be cozier because I'm not going to be able to pay my mortgage on my house, so maybe we can move into a nice fucking one-bedroom apartment somewhere. And I guess without benefits, I'll be able to hold my daughter as she, suffers from her asthma that I won't be able to afford the medication for.
Well, tests have shown that children under moderate trauma have a tendency to apply themselves academically as a method of coping.
Go fuck yourself. That's what my kids will think.
Your children's admiration is important to you?
Yeah, it was.
Well, I doubt they ever admired you, Bob.
Hey, asshole, aren't you supposed to be consoling me?
I'm not a shrink, Bob. I'm a wake-up call. You know why kids love athletes?
Oh, because they screw lingerie models.
No, that's why we love athletes. Kids love athletes because they follow their dreams.
Well, I can't dunk.
No, but you can cook.
What are you talking about?
Your resume says that you minored in French culinary arts. Most students, they're working the fryer at KFC, but you bust tables at Il Picatore to support yourself. And then you get out of college, and you come and you work here. How much did they first pay you to give up on your dreams?
27 grand a year.
And when were you going to stop and come back and do what makes you happy?
Good question.
I see guys who work at the same company for their entire lives, guys exactly like you. They clock in, they clock out, and they never have a moment of happiness. You have an opportunity here, Bob. This is a rebirth. Now, if not for you, do it for your children.
Cool. How do you all think about that video? That's from a very famous movie called Up in the Air, a little clip of it, and I encourage everyone to watch the full movie. Basically, you can see that person, the main character, needs to deal with a lot of difficult conversations because he's the one that will tell the firing news to some of the employees that have been working for a long, long time in one of the companies or many other companies. And I just also want to quote one of the sentences he said, as in many people been working, clocking in, clocking out in the same company that they do not like, but they just keep doing it because their dreams got given up by certain grant of money that the company has given them in the beginning. So I just want to share that we sometimes always need to reflect of what we're doing if we're truly happy about it. Yeah, with that being said, when it comes to handling difficult conversation, how you can react can differ you a lot from other people. And when it comes to telling those difficult conversation, you can also see the difference between a rookie of that female main character versus the very professional, experienced male character. How they let that hard conversations be received towards that receiver is very different. The woman, she talked about facts. However, she didn't talk with emotion when it comes to handling difficult conversations. When a conversation is difficult and that person is already emotional and you're still talking about facts, you don't hear them, then it's very hard for them to really listen to you. So always make sure that you can feel them and you can let them know that they are hurt. That's very, very important. Now I'm sharing with you some techniques you can use when handling difficult conversations. Imagine yourself, but this is not true. First thing, imagine you're one of the employees that have been called into the office, like Up in the Air. You're hearing the news that you're about to be fired. Regardless of what actions you're going to take after the meeting, it's after the meeting. For instance, if you're going to hire a lawyer or if you're going to just track the notes, examples of something that might be illegal, those are going to happen later. What you're going to do is you're going to handle those difficult conversations first when you're inside that room. So here are some techniques. First is to stay calm and professional. This is very important because when you show your emotion to the workplace, you already lose half of your credibility. This happened to me in my early career when it comes to difficult conversations. For instance, I would wish I got promoted half a year of me joining that company because I'm a stellar performer. So when it comes to mid-year performance, I didn't get an exception to be promoted. I completely went emotional. So this is not correct because it wouldn't get you further to show your emotion. So first thing, stay very calm and professional. Second, use neutral language. Don't show your emotion in your language. Also, don't show emotion in your expression. Just stay neutral. Stay calm, stay neutral, and just focus on the solution. For instance, you get fired in that meeting. What you're gonna do is, let's think about how, if there's a solution. For instance, we can think about, okay, if we can instead do like a certain period of observation, for instance, like a personal improvement plan, instead of getting fired immediately. Is there any middle ground solution before we come to the conclusion of getting fired? You need to see if there's any alternatives that are in favor of you versus just the being given like that notice. And then last is acknowledge their viewpoint. I know this sounds very hard, especially in nowadays workplace. People don't even give you any notice. They might just send you an email and tell you that you're laid off. In that case, then you don't need to handle those difficult conversations because they don't even want to have a conversation with you. So that's another case where you can go straight to ask for professional or legal help to see if you can find more, for instance, have more compensation, get a better severance package deal, so on and so forth. However, if there's still a conversation going and there's still space, see if there's still turnaround, see if there's still solution. Because oftentimes it will be about first some difficult conversations and then it will go to that firing, usually. But as I said, it's not always the case in the situation right now in the job environment. And then the next is acknowledging their viewpoint. Make sure you stay neutral, make sure you stay calm, and make sure that they can feel that you are hearing them. That way you can show that you are collaborating and also understanding where they're coming from. This is very important, especially talking to a manager. For instance, if let's say, just say I didn't get promoted, I talk to my manager, I understand that they have vouched for me, but the timeline of promotion is just not there yet. I acknowledge their efforts in helping me, then they would feel that, oh, I actually appreciate what they did for me. I think that's very important for them if they want to continue vouch for me in the next cycle. Okay, last but not least is to be direct and diplomatic. You need to share what you want. For instance, you want to get promoted, or for instance, you don't want to get fired. You share your desire to be direct and succinct in that point, and then also be diplomatic. For instance, after acknowledging the viewpoint, and then share with them what kind of action items or action plans that we can co-create together to hit the goal in a certain timeline that we are both aligned on. You need to make sure that verbally you say it really confidently, and also you can, in the meantime, it's very important to write it down to make sure that later it can be a proving point of this is what you align with that person. There are multiple scenarios that I heard from other colleagues not writing things down and later causing issues. So if you want to protect yourself, write the one-on-one doc and take notes with your manager and also with other colleagues. You never know what will happen in later situation if people want to bite you back. So in order to protect yourself, you need to be neutral, stay unemotional, and also have proof. You can be a machine when it comes to handling difficult conversations, but also you need to make sure that others feel that you're not a machine. As in, you're very empathetic to the other person. Hear them and you want to collaborate so that these difficult conversations can become a collaborative plan going forward in the end with the written format that you know you can use it as a proof point later. That's very, very important. So here I just want to share an example. This is not about firing or about performance review. It's about handling difficult conversation with a colleague that has been missing the deadline. So you may be or you may be a peer that's working with him. So you can say something in a one-on-one conversation with him or together with your manager. You can say things like, hey, I'd like to discuss something that's come up recently. I understand this might not be intentional, and I'd like to clarify the situation with you, Mary. I just used Mary again. I'd like to clarify the situation with you, Mary. Since we're working on this together, and I know this report is really important for us and also to cross-functional teams that is related to our OKR. I know that because you're working on this report, but it seems like we're missing the deadlines already, and it's affecting the project's progress. I want to make sure that how we find a solution of how we can address this. I'm open to your suggestions and also confident that we can work on this together. Do you have any suggestions? And then Mary can say A, B, C, and also her reason. And then you can just be a little bit more empathetic and then understanding. And if let's say her reason is okay, but everything is written, then you can say, okay, I'm confident that we can work through this together. Thank you so much for letting me know about what's happening. I hope everything is okay. We can check in again to see if this is solved next week. And I'll make sure that we can together working as a team to hit the goal. After you have this conversation with Mary, if needed, you can share this meeting notes to your manager to tell your manager during the one-on-one that you have been talking to Mary, and then share with him or her or them about the meeting conversation in that doc format so that you can hold Mary accountable of what she said she would do. Some of the role play scenarios for difficult conversations that I'm here providing optionally for you, and if you have a partner, you can play this role play with that person. If not, always use a mirror or always use a camera to record yourself. First exercise is a role play for difficult conversations. You can find any scenarios, for instance, the one that I just provided, or any scenario that's a little bit difficult, and provide a scenario of you trying to handle this difficult conversation to the other person. Or the other exercise, you can create your own difficult conversation. So you can write out the dialogue of two people and then address the issue professionally from the person A who is handling the conversation or the person B who is receiving the conversation. I present these dialogues to the class, but you don't have to. What you can do is you can record yourself after recording and then try to watch the recording again and then jot down some notes of what you think you can improve in your recording and do it again and again to make sure that it's a very smooth conversation, and jot down the notes of what kind of feedback or what have you learned in this lesson, and also the terms that you think would be really helpful handling the difficult conversations. So here I'd like to summarize what we have learned in speaking in business. We first started from talking about some of the common meeting expressions that you can learn as a meeting facilitator and also as a meeting participant. We then talk about the skills, some tips that you can do when it comes to facilitating meetings. 5 tips, right? And then the third is to talk about how you can provide suggestions and feedback. And when it comes to receiving feedback, listen to the constructive ones and then try to protect yourselves from the bad case of non-constructive feedback. And then last but not least, we talk about the daily office communication when it ranges from small talk conversation to handling difficult conversations. I hope this is helpful for you, and later we're going to have some homework for you optionally to exercise as well. All right, everyone. Imagine you're the CEO of a fast-growing company and you've just received a 50-page report detailing your company's performance. Or maybe you're in charge of launching a new product and there's just a very juicy market insights research that will make you understand how to create your product roadmap. But it's buried under all these 50 pages of charts and also insights. Do you skim the report and hope for the best? Or do you dive in like Sherlock Holmes style, little by little, and then time already passed when you finish reading 20 pages? One day has passed, you already had 100 emails or 100 Slack messages or 50 different kinds of text messages already reminding you that you're not really communicate with your colleagues. That's not gonna work, right? So today we're gonna learn how you're able to be mastering reading in business in an English setting. So I hope you enjoy the lesson. When it comes to reading in business, of course I'm gonna do an intro. So I'm gonna do a very quick intro of some of the little techniques that you can use to skim or scan through the long articles so that you don't need to spend all the time reading reports.
And then the second is just to deep dive into more of a case study scenario to see how you can read effectively and efficiently when it comes to business reports or case studies. And then the next, we're going to talk about business jargons. There's so many business jargons that it will be great for you to learn in the first hand because they're pretty much always there and very, very common. It's just a professional way to say something really simple. They try to professionalize some terms so that it sounds like you are somebody. So for instance, people would say, let's get this aligned, meaning let's get this agreed upon everyone. So you can say it in the term agree, but instead they just like to say it as alignment or aligned. So this kind of business jargon, we're going to talk a little bit more to do a quick intro. And then next is a simpler one, just to read emails. We're going to introduce the way to provide examples of professional emails and then to let you read and understand the tone of the email, the meaning of the email, the main purpose, and the required action. And last but not least, and the very last thing, optionally, is a homework provided for you. So without further ado, let's go to the business reading introduction. Mastering business reading is one of the most powerful skills you can develop in today's fast-paced, information-driven business. And here's why. In business, information is power. The better you are at reading or understanding reports, market analysis, financial documents, contracts, the more informed you are, the more strategic your decisions can be. So whether you are leading the team or you are an individual contributor, your ability to quickly, accurately process information will really set you apart from other people. I'm not sure about you, but I noticed that a lot of CEOs, for instance, like Bill Gates, they love reading books. I feel like reading is just a way for you to be able to connect to the world. I know it's a very cliche saying, but think about this. A well-read professional can be one step ahead because they know the market trends before their competitors. They can spot, for instance, like potential trends that others haven't seen. They can just know those research and they'll have a confidence, for instance, to be able to analyze data and then to have actionable insights and even drive results. Here, I put down some of the most common reading that you can encounter during the business setting. The contracts, policies, and procedures and financial statements part can be a little bit too leaning towards specific industry. For instance, if you're working in finance or working in legal side. So I'm not going to touch upon that. I'm going to touch more on the reports, email, and market analysis part in this lesson. So now let's take a look at some of the essential business reading techniques that we can use, no matter if it's a market analysis or email or a report. These two techniques that I'm going to introduce is called skimming and scanning. These two skimming and scanning techniques will help you read faster and focus on what's important and save a lot of time when you deal with long reports or detailed documentations so that you can know where to read and then just don't waste time. And one thing I want to note here, if the report or the email or the market analysis, if they are really well written, you don't really require a lot of techniques in skimming and scanning, because the report will already do it for you. They will organize it very clearly so you know where to look at. They will provide, for instance, an executive summary or a TLDR review so that you can really just read that column if needed. However, not all reports or all email are as organized as what we will be working on writing ourselves, right? So we will, of course, face some kinds of documents that are very long, detailed, and not really getting to the point. So this is when skimming and scanning are required. So first, let's talk about skimming. Skimming, you can think about it as flying over a text. You don't need to land on every word because, like I said, the writer might not be very sophisticated or might not really be well thought of. So every word is on the page. It's too much. And you don't need to land on every word. You're looking for the key points that give you a general overview. So here's how to skim effectively for a 50-page insights. Focus on the headings, subheadings, and also first sentences of paragraphs. Headings would usually tell you what it is about. For instance, the background, the goal, the action items, it will be in the headings. And then subheadings, it will talk a little bit about what the paragraph is about. And then the first sentence. And then the second bullet point is you can look at visuals like charts or graphs that look very important in the report or in the email. And don't worry about every word because the goal is to get a big picture. And the examples is you might skim an annual report to get summary of the company's performance or skim a project plan to understand the key milestones without reading every detail. And one little tip is honestly, if that situation happens, there's a 50-page review that you need to read. You just ChatGPT and tell the ChatGPT to provide an executive summary for you. That would be the easiest. However, right now we need to train without the AI. We train our mind and we train our skills and then make it into here instead. So that's why avoid using ChatGPT for now. Just focus on the skimming to try to practice looking at the bullet points, looking at the visuals, focus on the headings, subheadings, and first sentences. We're going to go through an exercise later. As for scanning is like using a metal detector. You're looking for something specific within the text, whether it's a number, a date, or keyword. You'll use scanning when you really need to find specific information. It's kind of like a Control F that you're trying to look for. You're trying to find the term. For instance, you're trying to find the ROI. You're trying to find the North Star metric. You're trying to find the timeline. So you can use scanning as a way of that Control F just to find what you're looking for. You can move your eyes quickly over the text if you don't have that Control F. If you just have the hardcore paper, just move your eyes very quickly. Look for keywords or specific phrases. Focus on numbers or import data points in tables or lists. For instance, when you're looking at contract, let's say you're looking at a contract, and then you can find penalty clauses or important dates, or scan a financial report, then you can check, for instance, the sales or the ROI, something like that. It's just a way for you to look at specific information that you really need. Hi everyone, let's go straight to the business jargon. Business jargon is like the magic spell that business people will usually speak or use in the business English setting. Personally, I feel like it's just always about those terms. If you navigate and then learn those terms, you'll be a business jargon master. I'll just go one by one, explain the term with a very dummy-proof like explanation and then an example. We'll go through it one by one. However, I just want to note that this is not everything, but this covers the most common things that I have been hearing in a business setting. Let's get started. The first one is ROI, return on investment. So this has been always mentioned as like an acronym, ROI. So it's basically just profitability. It shows the explanation here, but the dummy-proof explanation is just if the ROI is high, meaning that, oh, it's very great. You can always tell the ChatGPT to help you calculate the ROI. But basically, it's just the return on investment. What's your return? What's the profit? And then to the investment made, divided by the investment. So people usually in business setting want to have high ROI. That's the main point you need to learn. Second, let's take this offline.
People say this all the time. We wouldn't know what it is before we're in the workplace because this is so business jargon. Let's take this offline. Basically, it just means let's find another time to chat about this issue. I don't want to talk about it right now. This is maybe a group meeting, so everyone else might not need to know everything. So you can take this offline. We can talk about it later. That's just basically what it means. So for instance, the example here is we can take this offline in our one-on-one and leave the time for our group to discuss the other key. And then the third is, are we aligned on this? Are we all aligned? This is also very common. It just basically means, are we all agree to move forward in this solution or in this strategy? Are we all agreeing on this? I don't know why people like saying, are we all aligned instead of are we agree? I feel like maybe agree can be a little bit too aggressive and aligned can sound professional, but this is very common. Are we all aligned on moving this strategy forward? Are we all aligned on these decisions to be made? So yeah, are we all aligned? Let's get aligned and then move forward to the next term, KPI. So KPI is sometimes your KPI can be your OKR. OKR means objective key results, oftentimes used as a way to, when you're working on your performance results, you'll use your OKR system, objective key results, and then to write down what, for instance, your quarterly OKR, what your quarterly objectives you want to reach, and what kind of key results you want to make. That can be one of the KPIs in those key results. However, KPI here, it cannot just be, it can be not just about your OKR, your personal achievement, but it can be about anything. For instance, the KPI for the company or the KPI for this quarter, not just about you. It can be like the measurable metrics. So basically, it just means, KPI just means the metrics that the team is measuring. That's just KPI. So for instance, our KPI for this quarter is to increase customer retention by 10%. Usually in sales team, it will be our KPI for this quarter is to hit the sales target of X%. That's called KPI. Basically just a goal with a number. And then the next one is synergy. So people oftentimes say we need to create more synergy across teams because everyone right now is working silo. This is what people usually would say. Another thing, working silo means just this team, team A, only work on things related to team A, and then team B only work on things about team B. Team A and team B, even though they're cross-functional teams, meaning that they should work together, but they are not. They're working silo. That's called working silo. And synergy is to create synergy. Basically, it means just to create collaboration or just to create connection between two or three or among three things. So create synergy, it just means create connection, to have alignment together, to have like combination, combined effort. Just to create more collaboration, create synergy. That's how people would say. So when it says the merger created synergy between the two companies, allowing them to reduce costs and increase market reach, it simply just means that the merger created like ways of collaboration between the two companies. Yeah, so it's very simple, just meaning connection. And then next one is leverage. Leverage means that you can use that. I think the explanation is very self-explanatory, but it just means that to use a resource, something that's like very important, for instance, your capital, your asset, to gain a strategic advantage. So for instance, let's say right now, ChatGPT, they can use the resource of their of their AI, of their chat, for instance, of their AI training. They can use that resource as a competitive advantage compared to others. Or they can leverage, for instance, the number of people that are using the user base as a way to create more AI model with the big data
right now that the users are generating. So for instance, then I can say right now the ChatGPT, they can leverage the user database to train the models even further. So leverage the user data resources to gain a strategic advantage. And then the next one is benchmarking. Benchmarking here. Benchmarking, it's just to compare. So TLDR. TLDR is also another acronym, another jargon. It means too long, don't read. So TLDR just means in summary. So benchmarking, TLDR, benchmarking in summary, it just means comparing with other businesses. So you can benchmark your customer service against industry leaders. It just means you are comparing your customer service against other leaders. So it's very simple. It just means compare. And then the next one is action items. This has been used all the times, including the time that we talk about the listening and also the speaking part. So action items is just basically the things you need to do after. So it's just specific tasks or deliverables you need to do in a meeting, in a project. That's called action items. So for instance, after you finish a meeting, you usually would have action item, the things that you need to do next after the meeting. So here, the action item is to finalize the budget by Friday. Okay. Next, deliverables. This is also very, very commonly used. Deliverables basically just means things that needs to get done by you or by someone else. So deliverables, people use it because it's just a more professional way to say. But for instance, here it says the final report is the main deliverable of this project. It just simply means the final report is what you need or what the team needs to hand in for this project. So yeah, just basically your task, your assignment, that is just called deliverables. Okay, and then the next one is touch base. Touch base just means basically just to for instance, here it says, I'll touch base with the client later today to confirm the meeting time. It just means connect or contact. They just want to use another professional way to say it. So I'll touch base with the client just means I'll contact the client. You can take notes while I'm doing this. There's just a lot of jargon, business jargons that are just very, very, like you can just replace it with a very simple word. Scalability, scale. This also has been talked about in the speaking session. Scale, business at scale. So scalability is just the ability for the business to grow. For instance, let's say the scalability, the business model, here it says our business model has high scalability. It just means that our business model has a very high potential to grow. Like it's not just like a business that is already very competitive, or it's not just a business that cannot grow at all. It has huge potential to grow. So scalability, it just means potential to grow, ability to grow. Sometimes in this situation, it will not be just a noun. Scalability has high scalability. You can also say it just in like another way, just verb. I want to scale the business, meaning that I want to expand, I want to grow the business. How are you able to scale the product? So it just means how you're able to grow that product. So it just means growth or grow. Okay, and then the next one is value proposition, or people would call it value prop. Value prop, it just means another jargon from value prop, very similar, is unique value prop. It just means the strength. So one TLDR, one word is just your strength, your differentiating point. So your unique value point. So here it says, our value proposition is offering high quality products at affordable prices. It just means what makes us special is we offer high quality products at affordable prices. So value proposition, what makes us special. Low-hanging fruit, this is very metaphorical.
But basically, you can think about the trees, and fruits are the things that you can get, right? Those are good things. Low-hanging fruit are the fruit that are very easy to get. It just means that the tasks or goals that are easy to accomplish or achieve. So for instance here, let's start with the low-hanging fruit by addressing the easiest issues first. So low-hanging fruit, you can always say like, let's start with grabbing the low-hanging fruit. Just means let's start by solving the easiest issue of the whole problem. Okay, win-win situation. We say this all the time. So create a win-win situation means to create a situation or solution that would benefit all parties, everyone. So not just me, but also you and also everyone. It's a win-win situation. Okay, and then stakeholders. Stakeholders just simply means like individual or groups that have that are related to the project or business. So all the stakeholders. It does not mean like, for instance, like stockholders. Stockholders is just people who hold stocks of a company. Stakeholders just means that people who care about that project or are related to that project. It's just stakeholders. So basically, a lot of people would say cross-functional stakeholders just means that the different groups of people from different teams that are related to your product area or your project. Next, bandwidth. Bandwidth is just basically, it just means like your workload. Yeah, single word, workload. Bandwidth equals workload. So I don't have the bandwidth to take on another project this quarter, means I don't have the workload. Move the needle. Move the needle, it just means like to basically progress, to make some improvement, to make some progress. So we really need to move the needle on customer engagement. We need a new marketing strategy that will really move the needle on customer engagement. So that just means we need a new marketing strategy that will really help progress or make improvement on customer engagement. So yeah, move the needle, make improvement. Profit margin, very easy. It just means the profit, right? It means there's a formula, just means the percentage of revenue remaining after all expenses have been deducted from sales. So basically the numerator would be the profit, which is the revenue minus the expense. And then the denominator will be the total revenue. Okay, so this just, for instance, it says our profit margin this year was 25%, meaning a quarter of our revenue was profit. So yeah, very easy to understand. A quarter of our revenue was profit. So for instance, the revenue is $100. So 100 would be the denominator. The numerator would be 25. It would be the profit. Okay. The due diligence. By the way, the profit margin 25%, depends on industry, but that's pretty good. Due diligence. Due diligence means I know, you know a little bit, and I also know a little bit. Okay, I'll correct it. You know something, I also know something. That's called due diligence. So it often happens when it comes to making decisions. For instance, presenter A presents the idea, and then the team member B first listen to the idea and want to have some time to think about it, to really do some research. Then the person B would say, I need to make some due diligence to assess if I want to agree on your report or agree on your presentation or agree on your point of view. So it basically just means, due diligence just means that you did something, you're great, I also want to do something. So it's due. So it's like same level of understanding of a topic. So here it says, before the merger, we need to conduct due diligence to assess the risks. It means that, okay, that company will conduct some research. My company, if we're merging, I'm also going to do some research so that we both have some ideas and then we come to a conclusion or then come to discuss again. Next one is cash flow.
So cash flow basically just means the movement of money in and out of business. For instance, some companies have very strong cash flow, such as Airbnb. In Airbnb, when the guests first pay for an Airbnb house, then they would first put the money and the Airbnb would store it. The Airbnb won't give the host money until the day the guest moved in. So if the guest prepaid the money a month upfront, then the cash will be given to Airbnb and stored over there. That just means the movement of the money has been in Airbnb and then out of Airbnb only when the host is really hosting the guest. So that just means Airbnb has a very strong cash flow, the movement of money in and out to maintain critical operations. Those money being in a month of Airbnb's operation, they can do a lot of things. For instance, they can put it into a bank to store interest, or they can go buy stocks, stuff like that. Let's continue. The next one is market share. Market share here, explanation says it's the percentage of an industry's total sales that a particular company controls. For instance, you sell a computer, the total sales of the whole European region for the computer industry, let's say it's 100 billion. And currently you own maybe 1 billion of sales, then you're 1% of market share. However, if you want to increase next time, the European market share, let's say it's still 100 billion next year, but you increase from 1 billion of revenue sales to 5 billion, then your market share becomes 5%. Great. Now let's move to P&L. P&L just means profit and loss. Just to say that I'm looking at the financial cost and also profit. I'm the P&L owner, meaning that I'm the one that can control, for instance, how much money to be spent in a company or how much money I can foresee the company would profit from a certain campaign or a certain product launch. This often happens when you are in the upper level leadership, you have the P&L ownership. Meaning, for instance, an example, I'm a marketing leader. I own the P&L for B2C marketing at OpenAI. That just means that for OpenAI B2C product area, they definitely have an annual budget to spend. That's the loss. However, you will also foresee how much profit the marketing campaign will bring to you. That's a profit. So you are the P&L owner, meaning you can control the profit and loss by estimating the profit and then also thinking about how to use the marketing loss as a way to do investment. Next, let's go to upsell. Upsell is just a way to encourage customers to purchase more expensive products or extra items. It's very easy to understand if you think about, let's say, iPhone. When it comes to iPhone, there's iPhone 15, iPhone 16, 17, let's say 20. When it comes to iPhone, you want to buy iPhone 18, but there's an iPhone 19 that have better feature. They probably, for instance, in their website, they would just encourage you in some ways, telling you iPhone 19 has better feature. So they're trying to upsell you. Or, for instance, after you purchase a iPhone product, let's say iPhone 18, they sell you the case as well. Or they sell you the AirPods as well. That's a way of upselling for you to purchase additional products. So here, our sales team is trained to upsell complementary products during the checkout process. It's kind of like iPhone. If you buy an iPhone, and then you would also be advertised to buy the iPhone case. Next, acquisition. So acquisition just means purchase. The company announced the acquisition of a smaller competitor. The company announced that they just purchased a smaller competitor. Very easy. Risk mitigation is just strategy to reduce risk. Mitigation, reduce risk. Very easy. We need to develop a risk mitigation plan for the new project to avoid potential delays. We need to develop a plan to reduce our risk for delaying the new project. Break-even point is when there's a time
the total revenue equals the total cost, meaning that there's no loss and no profit. If you break even, it means that after that break even point, you have a high chance that your net profit would become positive, meaning that you would now have profit instead of continuously losing money. So here it says we reached the break-even point after 6 months of operation. It just means 6 months ago, the company were losing money the whole time until the 6th month, that month hit. And then there's no profit, there's no loss. And after 6 months, they reach the break-even point. There's a high chance that afterwards they start to profit. Awesome. We're finally going to the last one for now, strategic alignment. Strategic alignment here is very similar to the term before. Are we aligned on this? Do we all agree? So it's just, this is the verb and this is the noun. So strategic alignment just means we are all agreeing and aligning on this strategy. So it just means that all the actions we are agreeing, and also it's aligning as in that it's like the same direction of the other. So here it says it's crucial that this initiative has strategic alignment with our core business goals. So core business goal may be ABC, and then this new initiative is aligned, meaning that they are in the same direction. They are agreeing with each other. There's no conflict. So that's called strategic alignment. They might even enhance each other. Great. So these are all the business jargons that are very, very common in meetings. How are you guys feeling? You learned a lot? You can pause here a little bit, make some notes, and then try to see if you can use these terms to sound very professional in the business setting. And I'll see you in the next section. Hi everyone, today we're focusing on a single business report and a single business case study to develop techniques for reading and understanding business documents more efficiently. You should have already got all the downloads in the download section, and I would use this as an example to demonstrate how to pull out key insights quickly. And I just want to say this before deep diving into these two different documents, is that these two documents are really well written and much shorter than a lot of the normal business reports or case studies. But you can also reference this as a way for you, if let's say you need to write a business report or case study, these can be good references, because most of the times a lot of the industry standards, they're not on bar yet for some of the companies. So make sure that you see this as a reference, and if let's say your company is not really that well organized or structured, that's also common. The main point is to be able to have strategies to pull out these key insights very quickly. Okay, now let's get started. So when reading a business report, start by skimming to get a general idea of its content and purpose. So if you see there's an executive summary, that's great. This is the part that you should focus on, because if you don't have time, this is the best place for you to see as a preview of what is happening, the main findings, recommendations, or purpose. So you can take 2 minutes to skim through the executive summary. As you read, look for answers such as what is the purpose of this report, or what is the main recommendations. You can pause here for skimming and then replay again when you finish. 2 minutes. All right, welcome back. What did you find as the main recommendations in this part, and also what do you find in the main purpose of this report? So you can see here the main purpose here. It's very clear. It's to evaluate the potential of this company to expand the operation to the European market. And the recommendation here is, yes, it's recommended to proceed with a phased expansion plan, focusing on key markets such as Germany, France, and the UK. Even the UK is no longer part of the EU, but they just still put it here. But you know, in terms of the main purpose and also the main potential market that they're expanding as recommendations. Skimming this executive summary give you a very, very great idea without diving into the details of the full report. So if you have one in your company for all your report, that's awesome. If not, you can start writing it if you want to further your career. The second technique after skimming through the executive summary is to skim through the headings. So here it has introduction, market demand, competitive landscape, regulatory environment, financial viability, conclusion, and recommendations. These are quite important, and usually there will be an appendix. If it's a one-pager, this short, only 2 pages, usually there will be an appendix showing the sources of all these into details. Okay, and then the important part is, for instance, the introduction here. You know that this is to explain the context of the expansion, and the market demand here, you'll be able to know it's about analysis of the potential and demand for the expansion. The competitive landscape is very clear. It's just a competitive analysis. If expanding, who are the major competitors? Question mark. And then regulatory environment. This is in particular for Europe because Europe has very strict regulations. So as a call out of what the company might need to do if they are expanding to Europe. And financial viability is to discuss the projected revenue and cost, which is very important. Usually when it comes to expansion, they need to analyze. And then last but not least, conclusion and also recommendations that summarize the actions and also next steps. So for business reports, these sections are all very crucial, and especially the market demand part, financial viability part, and also the recommendations. These are very important because it contains usually the primary arguments supporting financial data and also final recommendations. For the market demand part, this section discusses the potential for growth and demand in Europe. For instance, here it says the software industry in Europe is projected to grow by 8% annually over the next 5 years. This kind of specific number point out the European market, why it stands out, and how much market demand there is. So in terms of this, you can see the justification of expansion here. There is market demand, and it's a growing pie. Okay, second is the financial viability. It's a financial projection of what the main extra revenue we're going to gain as a company if expanding to Europe. So this part, you can see the financial numbers such as 20% revenue growth projection. This helps decision makers to evaluate if the investment is worthwhile. Lastly, in the recommendations part, this is very, very clear report. It shows in verb of what the company needs to do and in different cross-functional teams. So first, you should begin expansion. Very clear of the actionable part and also which company, which industry level. And then also to do investment in local marketing efforts, to legal part to build full compliance with GDPR, and then operation part to build a local office for each of the target countries to manage operations and also customer services. The recommendation part, these are all very actionable and gives concrete steps that the company should take. So in these kinds of business documents, those 3, market demand, and then financial viability, recommendations are very important. The rest are also really important. And especially when it comes to the digital format, you can always Control F and then search. And you can search for certain phrases that indicate important ideas. For instance, you can search for recommend, and then you will see the recommendations, or you can see, for instance, growth opportunities, or you can see, for instance, like revenue. These kinds of data or key phrases are very important to skim through. Last but not least, the data in business reports, for instance, 20%, 15 million, these kinds of financial data supports the main recommendations. So the data points can be backed up for recommendations of expansion. So when you're reading, focus on these numbers. They help us understand the argument's strengths and whether the recommended actions are backed by realistic projections. So let's review what we learned. You can read through this carefully again later, but the general idea, the first few minutes, we start with skimming. If there's a TLDR, executive summary, we read that to understand the overview of what this article is about and also the recommendations, the conclusion. We then start with skimming through the structure of the headings, focus on key sections, and then look for language cues such as revenues, growth, these kinds of terms, and then also analyze the data, if there are numbers, to understand the report's conclusion. Consider practicing these techniques to build your skills. And then we can go to the case study section to learn more. So case study section, very similar. There are very well-structured sections: overview, challenge, solution, implementation, results, and conclusion. So when you're skimming, if there's an overview or TLDR or executive summary, skim through it to understand the general story and the results. So this provides a summary of how the ABC Corporation increased market share by 15% in 12 months. So you can read through it, take 1 minute, pause the video, and as you read, try to identify what was ABC's main challenge first. Second is, what result did they achieve? All right, what did you notice? You probably would notice that the main challenge is they are facing stiff competition in the North American market, and they want to increase the market share by strengthening the positioning. So that's why they implemented a series of strategic initiatives, and then the result is there's a 15% increase in market share. By skimming the overview, we get a quick sense of the problem and the result, so we know what the main story is about. And these case studies, as you see, the next thing is also look at the headings. They usually follow a very straightforward structure: challenge, solution, implementation, and results, conclusion and next steps, and appendix if needed. You know the structure, and it helps you focus on specific information in each section. For instance, challenge explains the problem they're facing or they faced, which was stiff competition from other companies and the need to increase market share. Solution outlines the strategy they chose to address this challenge. Implementation here describes how they executed these challenges with their strategies. And results show the what. Implementation is the how, results is the what. It shows the outcome, whether the solution worked or not. And in terms of the key sections to look at, I would recommend the challenge part, and then the solution, and then the results. So the challenge part is basically describing the competition and the struggle. When it comes to main challenges, this section sets up the rest of the story and explains why action was needed. And for the solution, here, the company details the specific actions they took to address their challenges. You can take 2 minutes to read this section on your own. As you read, think about which strategies seem most important. You can pause here and then come back after 2 minutes. Cool. Welcome back. Which strategies do you think were the most effective? They didn't state out explicitly here. They stated out the relevant performance results of each here in the implementation part. And then the result part, it shows the total results of these implementation. So if I were to deep dive a little bit more, I would then ask what's the attribution, as in like which implementation actually corresponds to the results. So I think that's another question that I would ask after reading this case study. That being said, the results part indicates some specific words and phrases that point out important actions. For instance, it says phrases like 15% increase and 22% in online sales tell us the impact of the strategies. You can highlight some phrases in solution and results section that signal significant actions or outcomes. These are the data and they support the narrative, showing if the solutions worked. In this study, this helps us understand the impact of the strategies and implementations. And the summary part is basically just restating the success of the implementation. To summarize, when reading a case study, start by skimming if there's an overview or TLDR, same as before, and then skim through the structure. There are some headings that are key for you to learn. For instance, like challenge, solution, result section. And then look for language cues, such as recommended or result. And then analyze data points to understand the effectiveness of the actions. These steps will help you understand the business case studies more quickly. You can see that no matter if it's a case study or no matter if it's a business report, the structure can be very similar and how you read can be very similar. By reading like this, first the TLDR, then the main sections, then some keywords, and then some key data points, this approach will help you focus on understanding very quickly and to be able to effectively understand the key picture and some details that support the key points. Let me know if you have any questions. Once you finish the video, I encourage you to read through the 2 articles again. Remember the structure that these 2 reports and case study provides, and also to see how your skimming works and improve. Now, let's go to reading emails. Emails are a primary communication tool in business, so understanding how to read them effectively is essential. Today, we'll focus on 3 skills for reading emails: summarizing, identifying action items, and analyzing the tone. These skills will help you quickly find important information and respond appropriately. So without further ado, let's start with the first skill, summarize. When reading an email, it's helpful to start with a summary. This means understanding the main purpose of the email in just a sentence or 2. Now look at the first email here. The purpose is usually hinted at the subject line in the first few sentences. Read through the email and ask yourself, what is this email trying to accomplish? Or what is the main message? Let's take 1 minute to read. You can pause the video and think of a 1 or 2 sentence summary. Alright, what do you think is the main purpose of the email? The main purpose is very clear here, is the upcoming team meeting. This person, Kim, wants to invite that person to the upcoming team meeting. And then the objective is to discuss the progress of XYZ project. So yeah, this is the main purpose, is to invite the team to a meeting, confirm attendance, and gather agenda items. Summarizing helps you quickly identify why an email was sent. The second that I like to share is identifying action items. So emails here, they often contain specific action items. Like, let's say here, the second paragraph, please confirm your attendance and let me know if you have any topics you would like to add to the agenda. So you can see here that the phrases such as please confirm your attendance by Friday, this indicate an action with a due date. And now we can look at the second email. This email is a little bit more complex with multiple action items related to a team meeting. As you read, look for phrases like each team lead should or John, please ensure, which show who is responsible for what. So you can take around 2 minutes right now to identify each action item. Pause the video and note who is responsible for what and the deadline, if any. Okay, so now we can take a look together. Here, it's just the outline here, the first sentence, why we're doing this. It's to take a moment to review the progress of the ongoing project, and then the agenda topics. And here in the agenda topics, it says each team lead should prepare a brief presentation summarizing the team's performance. Action number 1. And then second is, let's see, John, please ensure your report is updated. And here's the deadline. And then the third is Sarah, to compile feedback from the last 2 projects and present your findings on what worked well and what could have been improved. And then fourth, expect all teams to submit a revised action plan for the upcoming quarter by October 11th. And then fifth, confirm your attendance by the end of the week and let me know if any additional topics to be added. Here, this email lists very many tasks and responsibilities, but if you look at the action items and only look at them, you can see this action item is clearly needed to be done by some person, for instance, team lead or John or Sarah, and then on what kind of task and by what deadline. So this is not a easy reading email, I would say, because it's not really clear on action items. You need to figure out yourself, but by knowing the summary and then look at the action items when you're reading, it can be a lot clearer for you. You are kind of restructuring the email yourself. And last but not least, to analyze the tone. The tone of an email tells us how formal or informal the message is, and it affects how we should respond. Tone is often established through the words chosen by the sender. For example, in the first email, let's go back. For example, in this first email, it says, "Dear team, I hope this message finds you well, and also best regards." Suggest a polite and formal tone. In the second email, there's a focus on team alignment and performance metrics. Phrases like, "I would like to take a moment to review our progress," and also, "Thank you for your hard work," create a supportive yet formal tone. We can take a few minutes. We can pause here and you can think about each email, the first one and the second one. Do you think they are formal or informal? What words or phrases support your answer? To me, when it comes to analyzing these 2 emails, it looks like to me this one seems to be a little bit more formal, as in not towards internal team, but towards cross-functional team, because it's a little bit more polite and also more organized and concise. And then the second email, on the other hand, seems to be a little bit messier and sounds like more internal. This is just based on the tone. And especially the best regards, it says best, versus here it says best regards. So the second email sounds a little bit more informal. Recognizing the tone helps you choose the appropriate language when you are replying. So to wrap up, we covered 3 key skills for reading emails: summarizing, action items collection, and then tone, understanding the tone. Practicing these techniques will help you manage emails more efficiently and communicate effectively. Hi everyone, welcome to Writing in Business. In this module, we're going to go through a lot of interactive sessions, so please prepare your pencil or pen and also a notebook. Put it on the side, and then we sometimes need to pause the video to do some writing exercises and then rewatch the video for some references. So let's get started on this very important module. So before going through these agenda, you might ask why writing in business can be very important. I think this is very self-explanatory because just me and you talking, for instance, you and I are in a one-on-one situation. I'm your report or you're my manager, either way. So after this one-on-one setting of speaking in person or virtually, you need to talk to some other people about what we have mentioned. For instance, in that case, you wouldn't really set up a meeting and then just to talk about what we have talked about. What you would do is you may be writing a quick note, or you may be writing an email, or you may be even, if this is very important, you may even put it into business report in writing. In that case, everything, the most common communication format is not really speaking in business, is actually writing. So that's why it's so important to write effective emails and also great business reports. These 2 are very important in the context of, for instance, you're not technical. I know engineer, they might not need to write business reports, but maybe for other people, let's say in non-tech like PM or PMM or BD or ops, it's very important strategy, very important for you to write business reports. With that being said, let's just get started. Ta-da! Here's an exercise for you. Let's do a quick trial. Imagine here, look at the scenario and the instructions here. Imagine you're working on a project with a colleague from another department. You need to update them on the project's progress and arrange a meeting to discuss the next steps. Take about 10 minutes here looking at these instructions and also scenario. Use those 10 minutes to write a very brief email. Don't worry too much about the perfection. This is just a starting point to see where everyone is at. So pause the video, take about 10 minutes to write, and then continue playing the video again. Now that you've written a draft, very good, put it on the side, and let's first look at the structuring. Emails typically have a few key components: subject line, a salutation, introduction, body, conclusion, and also sign off. Each part has a purpose in making the email clear and professional. Let's go over each one. The first one is the subject line, a short, specific summary of the email's purpose. For instance, for me, I would usually sometimes, let's say, depends on what you want. If you want the action to be done by that person, I would, and then when you're sending to that person, I'll put like a bracket and then saying action required, and then the purpose of that email. Or for instance, response needed with a bracket and then the subject line. So it should be very short and specific to that person, to that stakeholder. Or sometimes it's important, put it important or urgent if needed. And then the salutation, it's just a polite greeting to the recipient, setting the tone. So usually it would be hi team or hi this person. And then the introduction should state why you're writing, right? And then the body is where you give the main details or request action. And then the conclusion wraps up with any next steps or requests for confirmation. I would suggest between the intro and conclusion, the body part, if that main context is a little bit messy, try to use bullet points so that the details might not be going everywhere and it's hard for them to find. And then the sign off is just a polite closing followed with your name. Best regards, best, and then your name. So yeah, with these, let's look at the references. Here's the sample email that follows the structure just now. Notice how the subject line clearly indicates both a project update and a meeting request, talking about the purpose of the email. And in the body, there's a quick project update followed by a meeting request. The email ends with a polite closing, asking for the recipient's availability to meet. Now you can take a moment here to compare this draft and also your draft. Notice how concise this is and how concise yours is. In just 4 to 6 sentences, yet it covers the important points. The goal is to make your message very clear and easy for the recipient to understand and very easy to make action. Okay, so how do you feel about that little email practice? Do you think that's the end of our business emails? No, that's just the start of it. You can see here there's so many different types of the emails. Request emails, follow-up emails, confirmation emails, meeting scheduling emails, thank you emails. And we're going to practice all of them. So prepare your pen and also your notebook. We need to look at these common types and then try to practice to follow a certain structure to ensure clear communication in each type. And as you know, these emails all serve different purposes. For instance, for request emails, these are used to ask for information, assistance, or any action needed. Follow-up usually is sent as a reminder or check-in after a previous message. Confirmation emails is just to verify, for instance, the details and confirm, let's say, meetings or agreements. Meeting scheduling emails is to propose meeting times and ensure everyone's availabilities. Thank you emails to show appreciation, often after a meeting, interview, or assistance. So first, let's practice writing a request email. Here's the scenario. Imagine you're part of the sales team and your department head needs the sales report for a presentation. The person responsible for the report hasn't sent it yet, and the deadline is coming up. In your email, clearly request the report, express the urgency, and explain why it's important to have it by the end of the week. You'll have 10 minutes here. You can pause the video and then come back again to write a concise email that includes a polite greeting, the reason for the email, a clear request with a deadline, and any offer to help if needed. Remember to keep it professional and straightforward. This exercise will help you practice request information effectively while showing respect for the recipient's time. You can pause here, and when you complete the request email draft, you can come back and play the video. Let's take a look at the sample answer for the request email here. Notice first the subject line, urgent request for updated sales report. This immediately communicates the urgency and purpose. The opening is polite. I hope this message finds you well. Very polite, followed by a clear request with the deadline. I'm reaching out to request the updated sales report for Q3. We need this report to finalize next Monday. If you could kindly send it by Friday, this is the deadline highlighted. It will help us stay on track. This email ends by offering assistance, showing cooperation and professionalism. The structure helps the recipients understand what's needed and also why it matters, and offer help so that it doesn't sound like you're just purely requesting. Compare this request email to what you wrote. Are there elements from this sample you could incorporate into your own writing? Jot down some notes and take feedback, and then see if you can rewrite your request email again. You don't need to follow this exact sample answer, but try to rewrite yours based on the feedback here. Now, let's go to the next one. Our next exercise is a follow-up email. Imagine you've sent a proposal to a client but haven't heard back. This project impacts your team's workload, so it's important to get a timely response. In your email, remind the client about the proposal and express interest in hearing their feedback. You can emphasize the importance of the response for planning purposes. Remember to be polite and professional and show understanding of their busy schedule while gently prompting them for a reply. You can again take 10 minutes, pause this video,
and draft the follow-up email. Once you're ready, you can come back. Okay, so how are you feeling? Here's an example of a follow-up email. Here, the subject line follow-up on project proposal keeps it very clear and relevant. The opening acknowledges that things may be busy on the client's end. It shows the empathy here. And also, the body politely asks if the client has had a chance to review it and highlights the approaching timeline to reinforce the urgency. The email works well because it's courteous but firm, balancing the friendliness with a reminder of the project's importance. Think about how you can apply these elements in your own follow-ups to encourage timely responses without sound pushy. So take a look at this reference, jot down some notes, and let's go to the next one. Now let's try a confirmation email next. You've scheduled a strategy meeting with your manager to discuss a marketing campaign. In this email, confirm the meeting details and mention key topics for discussion, such as timeline and also such as budgets. Include a subject line that clearly indicates the confirmation. Of course, it's your manager, so make sure to be polite and also to state the date, time, and purpose of the meeting, and then an expression of readiness to discuss or prepare further. Again, you have 10 minutes to draft your email. Make sure to be clear and professional. Set the tone for a productive meeting. Pause the video and start writing. So before going through the other practices, I just want to wrap up a little bit here of what we have learned. We explored different types so far of business emails and practice structuring each one. You can see that it's very essential to choose the right email type for your purpose, whether it's requesting, confirmation, setting a meeting. Make sure to be clear and concise and polite in your language. You can tell the sample emails are usually not too long and also very well structured. And in a way, it's very concise and polite. Polite as in that no matter if it's to your manager, to your team member, or just to even someone external. Make sure to follow a logical structure, beginning with a polite opening, stating your purpose, and ending with a professional closing. Also, make sure that your email sounds empathetic and also, as I said, many times polite. Because I want to emphasize here is that when everything goes down to writing, then people can look at it back. There's always recording when it comes to writing. So make sure that your politeness, your proactiveness, or your courtesy can be shown during your writing. That's very important. So now let's go to some other exercises for different types of business emails. Now let's practice a common type of email, scheduling a meeting. Imagine you're the project manager for a team working on a product launch. To finalize logistics, you need to arrange a meeting with your team members who have busy schedules. This email is to suggest a few time slots and stress the importance of the meeting. When writing this email, some tips is suggest multiple time slots to give your team options. The second is maybe emphasize the meeting's importance so team members understand the need to attend. And then the third is to request confirmation of their availability to ensure you finalize a time that works for most. This exercise will help you learn how to communicate efficiently while considering other schedules. Again, take 10 minutes to draft your email, focusing on clarity and professionalism. Pause this video and come back after 10 minutes. Great. Here is a sample answer for the meeting scheduling email. Notice how the subject line here, it's scheduling meeting for product launch logistics. This makes the email purpose clear right away. And then the email, you can see it's Dear Team, I hope everyone is doing well. So it has like a polite beginning in the front, and then it says, I'd like to schedule a meeting next week to finalize the logistics for the upcoming product launch. Your input is critical as we're approaching the deadline. So it makes the purpose clear. Other than that, it highlights the importance of the meeting for the upcoming product launch. And then after that, multiple time slots are offered, showing the flexibility. And there is a polite invitation for team members to suggest an alternative if none of the options work. This way, the email is both professional and considerate of everyone's schedule. You can see it says, look forward to your responses, best regards, and then the manager's name. You can note the phrases that help convey the importance of the meeting. Your input is critical as we're approaching the deadline. This emphasizes the attendance is valuable, which encourages a positive response. So as you can see here, take a look at yours and also this sample. Take some notes of how the manager tries to do the scheduling meeting while making sure it's professional but sound urgent and critical, and in the same time still courteous to the team member. And then reference this one and compare yours, jot down some notes, rewrite yours again if needed. Now let's move on to a thank you email. Imagine you just completed a job interview and you'd like to express your gratitude to the interviewer. This email is your chance to show appreciation and leave a positive impression by reaffirming your enthusiasm for the role. This is very helpful and common right now in this very, very hot job market. Try to, in your email, express appreciation for the opportunity to interview and mention something specific discussed in the interview to make it more personal, and also to reiterate your enthusiasm for the position and readiness to contribute. A well-written thank you email can set you apart as a thoughtful and motivated candidate. Take 10 minutes here to draft this email. Focus on the sincerity and also professionalism. One key theme that I like to reiterate is to mention something specific discussed in the interview so that it's more memorable for the interviewer, because there are so many other candidates that might be copy and pasting the thank you email from other AI tools. So in order to make yourself stand out, to do something personal like this will make your thank you email stand out. Okay, pause the video here and then we'll see you after 10 minutes. So, hi, welcome back. Let's review this thank you email sample answer together. The subject is thank you for the interview opportunity. This subject as a sample is good because it shows, okay, this is a thank you email. And if you want to make it more personal, you can put a comma and saying greetings from this Kimberly, for instance, or thank you for the interview opportunity dash candidate Kimberly. And then here it says, dear interviewer's name, I wanted to take a moment to thank you for the opportunity to interview for this role at this company. It was a pleasure discussing the exciting initiatives and challenges your team is tackling. I'm very enthusiastic about the opportunity of joining. Please let me know if any additional information from my side. Thank you once again for your time and consideration. So you can see it here is there's a bracket saying like to insert specific project or goal discussed in the interview. Trying to make sure that you have that in this thank you email so that you can be more personalized. What do you think this email shows? Isn't it very clear, as in this is a thank you email for sure, and then just want to show the appreciation, very easy, very concise. However, having this specific points discussed in the interview will make that interviewer remember you. So sending this thank you email can be very important and also eye-catching if none of the others send and just you. So just pause here and then trying to compare yours and also this sample answer, trying to rewrite a little bit, and maybe you can use it right away. So we just discussed these essential emails. Just want to highlight, apart from being concise and also being courteous, being polite, the point of making things more specific so that it stand out is also very important.
So I hope you've exercised quite a bit in this lesson and also understand how to write a well-structured, impactful, and effective email. I'll see you in the next lesson, which is about the business report. Hi everyone, now let's go to the writing business report section. Just want to share a little bit of my personal experience here of how common writing business report is. It's very common, especially if you're non-technical like me. I know data analysis and product marketing, product management, product strategy. I write so many business reports all the time, especially when I'm working more on the product strategy end. I do a lot of data analysis, a lot of market insights. So I need to write business reports maybe at least once every month. This is the very least, but maybe once or twice every few weeks. So this is very common for a lot of non-technical but like consulting background people. And one thing I like to emphasize is the more that you write, the better you'll get. And also, business report can be very efficient for executives to read. That's why if you know how to write good business report, you'll get a lot of attention and you are considered a very valuable person in the company because they see that report written by you. It's always full of insights. It's always very easy to take away. They look at you as the thought leadership to get the insights or to get the business done. So I'm very skilled at that in some ways because that's my profession of writing business report, and it's actually can be learned in a very structural way. It's always after writing many business reports, it's always certain structures and some specific skills that you just need to take care of. So oftentimes when I'm coaching people to write business reports, here are some tips that I'll share with them. The first thing that I'll share is to make sure to be clear and concise, avoid jargon or overly complex language. The goal is to make your points easy to understand, especially for readers who may not have your technical expertise. So when it comes to jargon, avoid jargon or overly complex language. If your company knows everyone knows about that jargon, that's fine. If not, if it's only your internal team, then if it's like external facing or cross-functional facing business reports, make sure to first spell out the whole thing instead of putting a jargon straight in, and then maybe do a parenthesis and explain going forward. For instance, return on investment means ROI, and then you do a parenthesis ROI. Going forward, they would know what that jargon means, but make sure to spell it out first to avoid those jargon or complex language. And apart from that, you need to make sure that readers, some of them, most of them actually, when you read the business reports, they might not have the same technical expertise or the same thought leadership as you. So maybe make sure that you make the points very easy to understand. And then the second is use data to support your arguments. So your recommendation should be backed by numbers and facts, data driven. This is what people like right now. For instance, if you're suggesting one market over another, support it with data like revenue potential or cost differences. The third is use headings and subheadings. When people skim through your documents or business reports, what we taught in reading will come back to us. What people will look at when they're reading your business reports first is if you have an executive summary, right? We read through it and see the TLDR, see the overview of what the purpose and then the main solution of the whole business report. Second is to look at the headings and subheadings. Headings might be introduction and then problem, solution, data insights, next step, appendix. Look at those headings and also subheadings. Make sure that the report can be very well organized and able to navigate quite easily when the executives or the cross-functional people do not have the time, so that they can just read your information quickly and find the relevant information they want. Last is to make sure you keep a professional tone. Remember, business reports should be formal and also objective. Avoid overly casual language and focus on delivering factual, unbiased information. Hi everyone. Now I'm gonna go through some of the basic structure for business reports, since I do it so much, right? Now, for business reports, the main thing is to have a title. So it usually would summarize what this business report is about. So let me just give you an example. It might be a Q3 market research for X product. So for instance, this can be the title. It shares with you the timeline. It's Q3, quarter number 3. So it's between July to September. Okay, and then market research for a certain product. So that's the title. And then the second thing you should have is definitely an executive summary or a TLDR, or you can call it an overview based on any, like the company that you stay in, but these three. The purpose is to provide an outline or to provide like a very quick understanding. If the executive do not have time, those executives, they do not have time to read through everything. The executive summary or TLDR overview share the purpose of the whole business report, and then also like a very quick summary of, for instance, what the findings are and also the results and maybe the next steps, something like that. So very quick executive summary, and that would be the second thing. This is the first structure, this is the second. And then the third would be talking about background or intro. So this is basically executive summary is for those who don't have time to read. Great. And then the start would definitely be a background or intro. This is just to provide context of why we are having this business report. And also to just let everyone know, because a lot of time cross-functional teams, that means cross-functional teams, let me just put it, cross-functional teams, to provide them more context, because sometimes your manager know, your whole team know, but the people who read your business reports, they don't know. So you may need to provide some of the background of, for instance, what was happening before, and also what is the purpose of this business report. And the body part will be the main meat of the whole business report. So this might include some things. For instance, let's say it might include some data analysis or market analysis. When it comes to market research, for sure it will be market insights analysis. So I would just put data analysis or market analysis here. And then here, because it can include quantitative or qualitative analysis. For qualitative, it might be, for instance, what the direct feedback that you got from your user. It can be the words, the direct voices, the sentences, or it can be quantifiable. For instance, your satisfaction rate is 4.5 out of 5 or 2 out of 5. These kind of data points as a market data analysis for you to analyze. So yeah, this can be a great point. And then another point for the body, it might be, for instance, like competitor analysis. So this is when it comes to, for instance, you want to expand a product or you want to grow your market share, you need to look at other competitors that's in the market as well, right? So this competitor analysis oftentimes will be in the business reports. And then another thing, let me think, is in the beginning, maybe not this data analysis and competitor analysis, but in the beginning, after the background intro and before the analysis, maybe if it's a market research, they would ask you how you are doing this research. So the approach of your research. So it can be research approach. So then it will be about, okay, this is based on, like I talked to maybe 20 users, and then these 20 users, their
demographics are like this, or these 20 sellers, and then they're usually like small, medium enterprises, things like that. You need to let people know about how you approach your analysis in the beginning before the analysis. So yeah, these few things will be what I will be mainly focusing on. And let's say if there's something about finance or something about legal that I can add up to, usually I would add up as well. So it can be a little bit more comprehensive. It's not just from the data analysis or product analysis from competitor part. It also includes like financial data or some legal liability issues that we might need to consider. I'll put it in. And then after that, when the full body is already meaty enough and then already fulfills your analysis to make a conclusion, what you can do is you can have a recommendation. So recommendation is basically based on your market analysis or all the data analysis, what kinds of things you would recommend. And then afterwards, there should also be like next steps, which is after you recommend all these like approaches, what are the next steps for certain cross-functional stakeholders? It might be, for instance, for marketing department to do X, for operation department to do Y, for product department to do Z, for sales department to do A, things like that. So these next steps are very important to be aligned with the recommendations and also to be able to be actionable in a way that you can even at the leader of those departments so that they can find themselves accountable. Okay, and last but not least, you can always put appendix or appendices. So this is basically just because usually here, these would be one pager, which is around 1 page to no more than 3 pages, usually like a lot shorter. And if people want to deep dive into some of the details of these one pagers, then you can just leave it in the appendix section so that when it comes to, for instance, the data analysis, they want to see the raw data or so, they can go to the appendix section and look for it if they want to comment more on that section or they want to know more. So yeah, these will be the basic structure when it comes to business report. So now we're going to go through a real world case study, and I encourage everyone to first look at the screen, however, not yet look at the download file because that would be the reference. So stay tuned and then let's go to the practice part. Let's apply these structures and tips in a real world scenario. Imagine you work for Technova, a software firm looking to expand internationally. You've been tasked with analyzing 2 potential markets, Market A, Europe, and Market B, Asia. Your job is to assess both markets and recommend which one Technova should expand into, based on the data provided in the table. Some factors to consider here, for instance, market growth rate. This means higher growth rate might indicate greater long-term potential. And then, for instance, like average income per capita, this affects the purchasing power, the internet penetration rate. A higher internet usage can benefit the software adoption. Also, things like the cost of entry and also annual costs. And also, of course, here in the end of the table, the regulatory barriers. Higher barriers may slow down entry and increase the initial cost. So take about 10 minutes to draft the outline. Focus on analyzing each factor, deciding which market has a stronger potential, and also write a recommendation backed by data. Remember to be concise, use subheadings if needed. Follow what I did on Google Doc to provide this kind of outline and backbone. So let's pause for 10 minutes here to draft that outline together. So now here's a suggested structure for your report. First, definitely a title, right? Definitely a title here. And then an introduction. So it may be just to briefly introduce
Technova's goal of international expansion and also the purpose of the report. And then the second one would be probably a market analysis or data analysis. So this you can break down, for instance, the data for market A and market B using subheadings like, for instance, competition or financial data, or let's say legal data. And then just do, for instance, even population, these kinds of subtitles. We can think about it later. And then apart from that, you can also do the recommendations and of course next steps. And the recommendations can also be including conclusion. So these would be, for instance, based on the analysis, recommend one market, for instance, market A or market B, and then rationale. And next steps would be what the teams would need to do, like A, and then B, and then C. And then, of course, you would need to have an appendix. So this would be kind of like my structure, and I'll think about it. And then afterwards, then start writing the meat of all the backbone. So you can compare my structure and your structure. There's no right or wrong, but after comparing, what we're gonna do next is we're gonna start drafting the meat. And then you can pause here, can start drafting using maybe 1 hour to draft. Make sure that you remember the tips of it being to be clear and concise, use data to support the arguments, use those headings and subheadings, and keep a professional tone. Remember all these tips, and then you can pause here and come back after an hour. Awesome, welcome back. So here I'm just gonna share with you the report reference based on the download file. So you can also open the download file here. Let's take a look together. So here in the reference report, the executive summary nicely, succinctly highlights the key points. Says the market A offers higher profit margins, but market B presents a larger customer base. And then it concludes with a clear recommendation that it should be prioritizing the entry to market A, and also tell us the reason. This section allows decision makers to quickly grasp the main findings without really reading the full report. But of course, we're all reading the full report for the practice purpose. So after the executive summary, the second would be the introduction, right? The introduction here explains the goal of expanding into new markets. So here you can see this part provides background on why Market A and Market B were chosen for consideration. It also introduces the report. The purpose of the report is to provide a data-driven recommendation based on factors like market size, competition, regulatory challenges, and also financial metrics. This setup helps the reader understand the purpose and scope of the analysis before diving into the details. And then the third section is the data insights. So here is the body part. So here you can see we delve into the data insight section, beginning with the market size and growth, and then the competition and barriers, and then the financial metrics. So here you can see that market A has like a smaller population. However, it has a high internet penetration rate, resulting in a significant addressable market. Market B has a larger population and a higher growth rate, but a lower internet penetration rate, which affects the immediate addressable market. So this effectively uses the data to highlight the pros and cons of each market, which is critical for an informed recommendation. And then for the competition and barriers part, you can see that market A here very succinctly just mentions like, okay, the pros and cons. Market A has moderate competition and low regulatory barriers, making it easier to enter, Market B has higher competition and regulatory challenges, which could lead to higher costs and delays. So by addressing these factors, the report shows how barriers to entry differ, giving a clearer picture of the operational challenges the company might face in each market. And then when it comes to expansion, finance, profit margin is definitely something people would consider, right? So ROI, profit margin, this is always what people would ask during finance-related conversation. So you can see here for profit margin, market A has a higher profit margin and market B only has about 10%. And for ROI, you can see the calculation here, but you can tell that market B may offer growth potential, but market A presents a more immediate financial return. So presenting these metrics side by side, you can enable the reader to see how each market impacts profitability. It's a critical factor for deciding on the most viable expansion option. And last but not least, the conclusion and recommendations part summarizes the finding recommended market A as the prioritized market. The choice is based on the combination of high profit margins, lower competition, and fewer regulatory hurdles. This recommendation reflects the structured decision-making process we just discussed in the body part, where data is used to weigh benefits and risks. The conclusion is clear and backed by the detailed analysis presented earlier in the report. And if there's any more detail that they want to deep dive, usually appendix section they can look into. Okay, last but not least, there's next step. The next step is to provide actionable plan to support the recommendations. For instance, here include like 4 bullet points, and I would encourage to even strengthen this document. You'll be able to tag or add the certain bullet point to tag the cross-functional leader to make sure that those bullet points can be seen by the cross-functional leader and hold them accountable as the action item. However, this is already very good because it already, with the next step, provide Technova, this company, with a roadmap for implementation, making the recommendation very actionable. Okay, last but not least, the appendix section, like I said, is always needed just in case any cross-functional team or team leaders who want to know more details on certain topics. So you can see here that the reference report serves as a very good example, very well-structured business analysis. It uses data effectively and also organizes information with clear headings, maintains professional tone, and actionable recommendations, and making it very clear and succinct. By following these steps, you can create reports that not only inform but also guide decision makers toward the best strategic choices. And I know this will come handy in time while you continue practicing. You can look at your current business report and then this report. And then my recommendation is to see first the structure, if there's any difference, and then why this is structured this way in the reference and how yours is different. There's no right or wrong, but this can be a good reference here just for you to check. Oh, this might be the industry standard or what the industry would like. Second thing is, after noticing the structure, I want you to highlight some of the sentences or terms that you believe would be useful for you to apply next time when you are writing a business report. And then third is just to read through it again and again, and then to try to modify your current business report to the level that you think is already on par with the current business report. So continue practicing, and in this way, you'll definitely improve over time. 3, 2, 1. Hooray! We just finished all the lessons. I hope you enjoyed and you learned something. This is the course for Business English for non-native speakers. I went through a lot of different lessons, and I know there's still quite a bit that I haven't really gone through. For instance, presentation part, how do you take presentation? Or for instance, the cultural understanding. If you're from different cultures working in an English speaking environment, how are you able to navigate? These are all very important, but I just only touched a little bit because of the time, and we already have gone through so much. So I hope that if I have more time, I'll go through these with you with other courses. But right now, I hope that with all the courses you've gone through so far, you've learned something and improved your business skills. And most importantly, you may be able to apply all these things that learned based on my experiences all the years working in tech in a business English setting as a non-native speaker. And then you can apply this to your life and start using them and see how people are feeling or reacting. And then if you have any questions, always feel free to reach out to me. I'm always here, and thank you so much for taking this class. I appreciate you, and we'll see you next time. Bye!